Alright, welcome to the stream, everybody. Today is the 28th anniversary of Banjo-Kazooie, and a tradition that I've done the past couple of years on stream is one-take jaking the whole game, 100%. So, yeah, we're gonna do this. Today is June 29th, 2026, so in North America, it's the anniversary of Banjo-Kazooie. I don't know if this game ever got localized in Japan, and it definitely came out in Europe later, but yeah, this is a little tradition that we've been doing on the channel for a minute now. I wanted to play the original 64 version, but there was some texture and graphical glitches when I tried to emulate it. I mean, play it on my real Nintendo 64. So we're gonna play the recomp this year. This is my save file from last year. 5 hours, 4 minutes, 100 jigsaws, 900 notes. Let's see if we can get a better time. Probably not. Last year we had a pretty good run, but we'll see. Love the little details of the different save files. They even kept the Game Boy in the 4J Studios Xbox 360 remaster, which is pretty surprising. But for those of you who know me, you know this is one of my favorite games of all time. I think this game, alongside Jak and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy, and Super Mario Odyssey, are the 3 best collectathon platformers ever, and I think I would rank Banjo the highest of the 3. And I didn't really grow up with this game. Like, I had an N64 growing up, I had a Super Nintendo growing up, I was a huge Rare head as a kid, but Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie passed me by, like the far side. No, I didn't play these games until I got a 360 when I was a teenager, and my first Banjo game was actually Nuts and Bolts, which to this day I still love that game. But even though I don't have the nostalgia for Banjo-Kazooie, I still adore this game. I think it's just a good-ass platformer. You know, it's got one of those legendary reputations on the internet, people praising it like it's the greatest thing ever. It's maybe not that good. You know, people might go into Banjo-Kazooie with these insanely lofty expectations, but what you gotta know about this game is it's just a really good collectathon. A damn good collectathon. And I'm gonna let this cutscene ride out. We're gonna beat the whole game in one sitting. Last year we did it in 5 hours. We'll see if I can do it quicker. There's actually a glitch that you can do in this game called Grunty's Furnace Fun, or something like that. It's where you can start a new save file with all of your moves, and I know speedrunners do that. I actually don't know how to do that exploit. Maybe one of these days I'll learn some of the Banjo-Kazooie speedrunning tech, but that's one of the biggest exploits in Banjo-Kazooie, starting a brand new file with all of your moves. You can shave off a lot of time in the first couple of levels especially. This recompilation is amazing, by the way. Same thing with Zelda 64 recompiled. Runs at a beautiful frame rate. You got 16:9 resolution. It's crazy how just bumping up the frame rate can make a game feel brand new. And like y'all know me, y'all know the N64 is my favorite console of all time. I love the 64 and its library of games, but a lot of these games on the 64 have aged poorly solely because they run really poorly. I like the graphics, I like the low poly visuals, the mapped bilinear filtering, like the blurry look of the N64, but a lot of 64 games run at like 20 FPS. Ocarina of Time, I think, runs at like 15 FPS or something like that. But recompilations are bringing brand new life into these games. It's really crazy how just bumping up the frame rate can make a game feel like a brand new experience. That being said, I can still go back and play any original N64 game and have a good time with it, but it is nice to be able to play the game in a brand new light. Also, the portrait of Banjo in the back. For the longest time, people thought it was from a cut level, Fungi Forest, which eventually ended up in DK64, but as it turns out, that screenshot of Banjo was actually from like an early alpha build of Banjo-Kazooie that had like an isometric bird's eye view sort of thing going for it. Man, not even getting into stop and swap and all that, like, man, I watched those Banjo-Kazooie Rated E videos by Thumbs Up Master back in the day. I watched a bunch of stop and swap conspiracy theory videos back in the day. Rareware games in particular always felt like they were hiding something from the player. Like there was something sinister lurking beneath these games. And I was a teenager playing Banjo-Kazooie and learning about Stop and Swap years after the mystery had already been solved, but it felt like I was digging into some X-Files shit, like I was David Duchovny. But no, we all know about Stop and Swap and how that turned out. Yeah, we don't need no tutorial bottles. You can actually skip the dialogue in this game. I don't remember what the button combination is. It's only in the N64 original. They took it out of the 4J Studios remaster, or they forgot to implement it, or something, but you can save a lot of time by skipping the dialogue. Hopefully I can remember what the button combination is. If you want to know what this game looked like on OG N64, let me show you. Give me 1 second. So this is what the game looked like on the original N64, with the 3-point filtering and the 240p resolution. I could add some composite blur to it to make it more authentic. You know what? We can play this game like this for a little bit. Maybe I'll go back and forth between the fancy 16:9 visuals and the original visuals. But this is what it would have looked like on N64, except it probably would have been a little bit blurrier on an actual CRT. Because that's just how CRTs work. They smooth the pixels together. But once again, this is going to be 100%. We're going to get all the honeycombs, all the jiggies. We're going to get... Maybe we'll get all the Stop and Swap eggs. I actually don't know, but that's not required for 100%. To get 100%, you just have to get all the music notes, the jiggies, and the honeycombs. And I think there's a glitch where the last set of honeycombs that you get in Click Clock Wood don't actually increase your health. Something like that. You know, this is just as good as emulating the original N64 version. I mean, playing it on my real Nintendo 64. I do have a copy of Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie that I got years after the fact, like a couple years ago actually. But it's a Japanese import. So I guess these games did come out in Japan. I don't know, I heard long ago that Rareware games were never popular in Japan, and I think I might have been mistaking Conker's Bad Fur Day for Banjo. Like, Conker's Bad Fur Day never got localized in Japan. But now that I'm thinking about it, I have a Japanese import complete in box of Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. But I'm excited. This is one of my favorite streams that I do every year. I've been doing this for the past 6 years. And, like, I just love this game so much. And it bears repeating that I really don't have nostalgia for this game. I played Nuts and Bolts, Kazooie, and Tooie around the same time when I was like 13. So I was still a kid. I was a teenager. But it wasn't during an era when I was growing up that I have like rose-tinted glasses for. There we go. That's all of the honeycombs in Spiral Mountain, which is a great little tutorial area. I would love it if we ever got like a Banjo 3E. I know that's wishful thinking. That they expand Spiral Mountain into a whole ass level. Tooie sort of did that. It was kind of like a mini hub world. Iolo Hags was the real hub world. But Spiral Mountain was expanded upon in Banjo-Kazooie, or Banjo-Tooie rather. I'm trying to figure out what the button combination is to skip the dialogue. I always loved this vantage point on the bridge up here. That was cool. Alright, here we go. Grunty's Lair, by the way, this is one of the best hub worlds in gaming history, in my opinion. Why did Gruntilda not build this device to fit her body? Presumably she built this contraption, or maybe Klungo did. I didn't even notice it until it was pointed out to me, but Klungo really doesn't do much in this game. You don't see a lot of Klungo. His role was expanded upon heavily in Banjo-Tooie. But outside of the game over and that cutscene right there, I don't think you ever see Klungo again in this game. Yeah, and Grunty yaps and insults and berates you as you play through the game. It's great. But if you go into this game and you've never played it before and you're expecting like a mind-blowing experience that will change your life and you'll have a religious epiphany, you're probably going to be disappointed. But if you go into Banjo-Kazooie expecting a good platformer, like with a great sense of flow and design, that's what you're gonna get. Banjo-Kazooie maybe doesn't live up to the hype, but it definitely is really good. I don't know, maybe I would feel a different way if I did grow up with this game as a little kid, but it's still a damn good game. This is in my top 10 favorite games of all time, alongside Quake, Resident Evil 4, Mega Man 9, Mario 3. This game probably would have scared me as a kid. There was a bunch of stuff in other Rareware games like GoldenEye and Donkey Kong 64 that frightened me. Okay, Mumbo's Mountain. I don't know if this exists, but it would be cool if somebody made a Banjo-Kazooie randomizer where you could do the levels in, you know, a certain order and maybe get your abilities and your moves in a certain order. That'd be neat. Hey Azura, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a nice Monday. Welcome to the Banjo stream. Also, if you hold down the R button, you swim better. Pro tip. Pro gamer tip that I did not know for a very long time. And it also works in the air when you're flying. How does the pseudo composite cable shader look on stream? Because if it looks too crusty, I can switch back to the high-res graphics. Okay, I have Mumbo's Mountain routed in my head. We're gonna get the Talon Trot and then the Beak Buster. And then we'll circle back. Trust me, y'all. I know what I'm doing. This game would be just as violent as Conker's Bad Fur Day if there were blood effects. This Banjo's out here obliterating these guys. Severing them limb from limb. Now, how do you skip the dialogue? Maybe that's not... Oh, ignore that. Maybe that's not a feature in the recompilation, even though you can do it in the original game. I'm definitely pressing the button combination correctly. So that would be something that this recompilation has in common with the Xbox 360 remaster. You can't skip dialogue. Which is weird. That seems like a weird oversight. Looks good on your phone? Okay. We'll keep it like this for now. It's not the same composite cable NTSC shader that I use in RetroArch, because this isn't RetroArch, but I think it looks pretty good. It's hopefully not too crusty. I love all the character designs in the Banjo-Kazooie games. Something happened with Rareware though, because like, even though I'm a big nuts and bolts defender, I really like that game and I think it's overhated. I'm not a fan of the art direction. Same thing with Yooka-Laylee. Like, I loved Yooka-Laylee. I thought it got way too much hate. I really enjoyed it. But Platonic and Rare... Platonic is founded by a lot of the OG Rareware staff. Not all of them, but a lot of like OG Rareware staff, right? But something about the art direction in their newer games, it's too blocky, it's too angular. It kind of reminds me of like DreamWorks, and not in a good way. But their art direction during the N64 era, everything is so round and they got the big googly eyes. I love it. We got Konga and Chimpy. Definitely not an XP of Donkey and Diddy Kong. Could you imagine if Rare Replay had the DKC trilogy and Diddy Kong Racing and DK64? Obviously they couldn't because they're owned by Microsoft, but that would have been like a crazy compilation of games. Like an absolutely insane value proposition. It's a bit crunchy. Okay, maybe after this level I'll turn it off. I don't know, I like it, but maybe that's just me. But thankfully, Mumbo's Mountain is not a long level, so we'll be able to make swift work of it. Yeah, you can't skip the dialogue here. I'm doing the button combination. It just, I think they forgot to implement it in the recomp or something. The speed run is ruined. No, this is not a speed run. This is gonna be a long play, but I don't know anything about Banjo speed running. Outside of the Grunty's Furnace Fun exploit, which I don't know how to do. Yo, he kind of looks like DK Jr. a little bit. DK Jr. had a white tank top, though. He didn't have a red tank top. That's just the Doom, like, imp sound effect. I think they also use that exact same sound effect for Gobi the camel. Rareware loved their stock cartoon sound effects, and I don't blame them. I love them too. I'm gonna go in here, get Mumbo token. Is that one song, like the Little Elephant Strut, or whatever it's called? I wonder what these purple goblin guys are supposed to be. Are they supposed to be the same species as Mumbo? The lore with Mumbo was that he was Gruntilda's teacher, taught her magic and stuff, and then she cursed Mumbo with evil magic because Gruntilda is a witch. But swap the W with the B. Nah, that's mean. I shouldn't say that. Gruntilda's pretty mean, though. She deserves it. Not gonna front. So you get all the Jinjos, you get a Jiggy. This game is like the collectathon. It wasn't the first, but it established a lot of the tropes and a lot of the formula of the collectathon genre, and it did it well. There's no filler, there's no fat in this game. Like, I'm a huge fan of DK64. I'm a DK64 apologist, but DK64 does have a lot of that, a lot of fat and filler. But DK64 is also a pretty great value proposition. You get to play Jetpack for the ZX Spectrum and the arcade emulation for Donkey Kong. But y'all know that I'm kind of a DK64 fan. It's one of my favorite games, and I grew up with that shit. But Banjo-Kazooie has no fat. Also, this is an evil honeycomb placement because if you destroy all of the heads of this totem pole, you have to exit and then enter the level again to get it. It's kind of twisted. And then we can get the Mumbo transformation, and we'll get these first. I like Banjo-Tooie as well. A lot of people online have reservations with that game. Like, oh, there's too much backtracking, there's too much idle downtime. I think that is a fair criticism to levy against Banjo-Tooie, but Tooie is great. It really is this big-ass adventure Metroidvania, and the world of Banjo-Tooie feels so authentically lived in. The dialogue, the writing, and everything, like Banjo-Tooie, more so than any other platformer I've ever played, I thoroughly believe that the characters in Banjo-Tooie, like, live in that world, you know? The writing is so good, the characters. This is Mumbo Jumbo. This is my dude right here. There's a E3, at E3, like 1996 or something. There's a gigantic Mumbo Jumbo statue with illuminated eyes, and it's terrifying. If you've never seen the picture that I'm referring to, look up like Banjo-Kazooie E3 Mumbo statue. Maybe I'll pull it up if we have some downtime and I remember to. Detroit, become ant. Actually, I think it's supposed to be a termite. Thanks, Mumbo. So with this, we can climb the ant hill. The general rule of thumb in Banjo-Kazooie is that in most of these levels, you want to save the transformation for last. Because usually you need to be transformed into a little critter when you exit a level to get a Jiggy in Grunty's lair. You found all 100 notes on this world, Banjo! Well done! One thing I don't like about the N64 original is that it doesn't save your notes, so if you die or you exit a level, you have to collect all the notes again. I think I remember hearing that it was a memory limitation, but the Xbox 360 remaster remedied that. So for the longest time, I would have said the 360 remaster is the best way to play the game. And it still is. It's like a good-ass port, but now I think this recomp, just because of the 60 FPS, the recomp has fixed it. Or has supplanted it as the new best version of the game. Even though I'm playing it at the original frame rate. How long did that take me? Like 15 minutes? 10 minutes? Alright, we're off to a pretty good start. Okay. Get the Jiggy up here. And then maybe I'll keep the 4:3 aspect ratio in the frame rate, but I'll bump up the resolution a little bit. Computer, can you bump up the 4D, 3D, 3D, 3? Computer, load up Celery Man. Okay, let me see if I can bump up the resolution. How about that? A little less crusty? I think this is 480p. Because the original N64 resolution is like 240p, and this is 2x. So I think this is like 480p. Is this better? Yeah, Bottles. Yeah. That sucks that you can't skip the dialogue. Oh well, I'll just fast forward through the text. Yeah, sorry that I'm not voicing out the characters and whatnot. I mean, I'll voice out Brentilda's lines. Brental Floss over here. But this is like the 6th year in a row that I've done Banjo-Kazooie on stream. So now I'm just trying to see how quick I can beat it. I think these Brentilda, like Grunty facts, are randomized each playthrough. The correct answer. Remember, as they'll help you avoid a fiery fate. Grunty brushes her rotten teeth with moldy cheese-flavored toothpaste. She also washes her hair with rancid milk. Yuck. And she gets her clothes from the witch's warehouse. I get my clothes from the witch's warehouse, bitch. All right, remember that. Moldy cheese, rancid milk, the witch's warehouse. Bottles, please. You look like Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys. I don't need your help. I like blue cheese. I wouldn't want to brush my teeth with blue cheese. That sounds not good for your dental hygiene. People get weird about blue cheese. I see why, because it's mold, but it's also like... I had a coworker at my old dishwasher job who was adamantly, like, very much not a fan of blue cheese, but she liked yogurt. I was like, lady, do you understand that it's the same, it's bacteria. It's like cultures and bacteria and stuff. Okay, Treasure Trove Cove. This is my favorite level in the game. I actually wrote a video essay about Treasure Trove Cove. And by video essay, I mean it was like a 10-minute long video, but this is my favorite level in the whole game. It's probably this or Freezy Peak. I love the beach vibes. I love the music. You get the ability to fly here. Just the progression going from Mumbo's Mountain to this level. It's a natural progression in the difficulty. They drop you into this level. They're like, okay, you got your feet wet with Mumbo's Mountain. Now let's dive into the deep end of the swimming pool with Treasure Trove Cove. You also don't like blue cheese? I mean, that's fair. You know, it's all subjective. Food is very subjective. There's some foods I don't like. I don't like onions unless they're sauteed and like borderline burnt. I think raw onions are disgusting. But if you saute them, you dice them up, you saute them. That's my thing, like, lettuce and tomato is great in a taco or like, you know, a spicy Mexican type dish. But I think lettuce and tomato has no business being on a burger. But fried onions and pickles are a must on a burger. Like you gotta put fried onions and pickles on a burger. But also, like I love me a BLT, bacon, lettuce, tomato with a little bit of mayo. It's not that I dislike lettuce and tomato. Like I like lettuce and tomato, but for some reason it does not pair on a cheeseburger, in my opinion. It just tastes weird on a cheeseburger, but onions and pickles, that's a must on a burger. Don't forget the pickles! I need to get a new pop filter for my mic, so I hope I didn't just burst your eardrums with that. So hopefully this looks better. Now that I bumped up the resolution a little bit. I think we'll stick with this for this playthrough. I might go back to 16:9, like 60 FPS, but this is the closest thing to playing the OG N64 game. Because playing it on an emulator, I mean my real N64, there were a bunch of like texture glitches and stuff. Yo, what's up, Darwin? Hope you're having a good day, having a good Monday. This might be your favorite level in Banjo. This is probably my favorite level as well. Again, I did a whole video essay about Treasure Trove Cove and why I think this is such a great level. I freaking love Captain Blubber. His crying sound effect is the funniest thing ever. Listen to this. Like, this is the funniest thing ever. Here you go, Captain Blubber. He is hysterical. But no, I think this is a perfect level. It really ratchets up the difficulty compared to Mumbo's Mountain. I like the beach vibes. Something about 5th generation gaming just had really nice beaches. You might think that that's the 6th gen, GameCube, Xbox, and PS2, and I'm not gonna front. The 6th generation of gaming was the beach generation, but I don't know, something about PlayStation 1, Sega Saturn, and 64 beaches. Whoa! This is my jam right here. Favorite banjo death sound? I don't know, I kind of like when you fall from a high place and he goes doink. Yeah, that's probably my favorite. I always loved Adult Link's falling sound in Ocarina of Time. Freaking Nobuyuki Hiyama is the best voice actor for Link. He also voices Dimitri in Darkstalkers and Hiei in Yu Yu Hakusho, but he was always my favorite Link. Especially in Soul Calibur 2, he gave such a great performance. Like his battle cries and stuff. Okay. Before we take to the air, I'm gonna do everything. I'm gonna get all the moves that I can down here. You know another thing that's great about Banjo? The camera isn't that much of a pain. A lot of platformers in the 5th generation, even platformers I like Super Mario 64, the camera can just be a pain in the neck. But this game, very rarely, does the camera become a problem. The only time I can think it really gets scummy is like Click Clock Wood, when you're trying to platform on the tree. Yeah, go ahead and poop in a bucket. That makes sense. Dude, the sandcastle was the origin point for so many rumors and urban legends. Freaking Stop and Swap, man. If you weren't there for it, I was late to the party. Like, I got into Banjo-Kazooie in the 2010s when I was like 13 years old, because I was a late adopter to the Xbox 360, right? But even though Stop and Swap had long since been solved, like people figured out the mystery already, I was still in this. Like, I was trying to figure everything out. Like, what all was this game hiding, you know? Again, I was on some X-Files, Scully and Mulder, David Duchovny type shit. That's one thing that I miss from previous generations of gaming. I was talking to Maple about this last night. Just the sense of mystery and urban legends and mysteries surrounding gaming doesn't really exist anymore. Nowadays, it's like ARGs or like 4chan fake leaks and rumors and art projects, but I guess that's kind of the natural evolution of video gaming urban legends and mysteries. But one thing that I really miss about the 5th and 6th generation of gaming is that feeling of like, oh man, what all is hiding in here? What all is this game hiding from me? One of the first video games I ever played was Donkey Kong 64, and that was another game that made me feel that way. Same thing with like Super Mario 64, freaking Mario Kart 64. I remember the urban legend about like Marty the Thwomp and rescuing him, like unlocking him as a playable character. Somebody's driving a Ford F-150 up my road. Sorry about that if you can hear the really annoying truck. Yeah, Rare Games usually had no problems with the camera. DK64, I don't think I had a single issue with the camera. You know what else? It was an amazing port for 64? Freaking Quake. Quake 1 got a port for the 64, and it's surprisingly really good. You wouldn't think Quake of all things would get like a good solid port on the 64, but it did. I think Quake 2 as well, but I never played Quake 2. I've only played like 10 minutes of Quake 2. I need to get onto that, but I don't think anything will come to close to matching just the lightning in a bottle perfection of Quake 1. It's my favorite game of all time next to RE4. I love the atmosphere up here as well, the ambiance. Like you're so high up and the music goes away. This game's just damn good. And you know it's good because you don't see contrarians on the internet saying Banjo-Kazooie is actually bad. At least I haven't seen that. It's like how people have beef with Earthbound-inspired indie RPGs nowadays, because a lot of them are like trite. I know that sounds really pretentious, but a lot of Earthbound-inspired RPGs on the internet nowadays are like really just derivative of Earthbound or like asinine and quirky, but nobody's got beef with Earthbound itself. Same thing with Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo-Kazooie is just a good game. Is it a masterpiece? Is it gonna change your life? No, of course not. You know, some people on the internet might lead you to believe that that is the case with this game, but at the end of the day, it's just a damn good platformer, really. Wonder if Nintendo fully bought Rare instead of Microsoft. They would have tried to make Banjo connected to DK and Mario. Probably. There probably would have been more references, at least, if we did get a hypothetical Banjo 3E. I still defend a lot of Rare's output during the Microsoft days. Like, I love Nuts and Bolts. I love Grab by the Ghoulies. Perfect Dark Zero. Nobody seemed to like that game, but that was one of my first FPS games I ever played. I really liked Perfect Dark Zero. Cameo Elements of Power is good. Viva Pinata is a classic. Like they put out good games during their tenure with Microsoft, but things really went sour when they were sent to the Kinect mines and they were only allowed to make Kinect sports games. That's when Rareware got bad. Like after Tim and Chris Stamper sold the company in like 2008, and then they were forced to just do Kinect slop. Cameo was really good. Yeah, people think that all of the, like, Rareware didn't put out any good games during their time with Microsoft, but I really disagree with that sentiment. I think if they stuck around with Nintendo, we would have gotten some good games. But even at the turn of the millennium, before they were even bought out by Microsoft, a lot of Rare developers, a lot of people at the company had already left the company by like 2000. I know the Perfect Dark devs left the company and they made Time Splitters. They formed their own company. What was the company that made Time Splitters? I forget the name, but like before they were even bought out by Microsoft, a lot of Rareware developers and directors and figureheads had already left the company. So the company was still changing at a rapid pace. But I do think if they stuck around with Nintendo, we probably would have gotten like a Killer Instinct 3, Banjo 3E, Donkey Kong Racing would have been sweet. Donkey Kong Racing is probably the one that makes me the most sad, because Diddy Kong Racing is my favorite kart racer ever, and it's probably my second favorite racing game behind Automodelista and like Ridge Racer Type 4. Like that off the dome, that's my favorite racing games right there. Burnout 3 is up there. Burnout 2 is up there. Yeah, like, I've heard Sea of Thieves is good. It doesn't seem to be my bag. Like, I probably wouldn't like it that much, but it's unfortunate because they are capable of making good games, even though a lot of Rare's original developers have left the company. Like, last year, Greg Males and I think Eveline Fisher left the company. No, it was Greg Males and Luis O'Connor, who was like, they were big names at Rareware, and I think they were laid off. Not even that they left, I'm pretty sure they were fired or laid off by Microsoft, so it's to the point where Rareware is not the same company that they were back in the day. But to me, the final Rare game was Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, because I think that was the last game that they made while Chris and Tim Stamper still owned the company. I might be wrong about that. They might have sold it earlier, but I think Nuts and Bolts was the last game that they had their names attached to. And hey, Nuts and Bolts is a good game. I will defend Nuts and Bolts until I am blue in the face. It is a good game that a lot of people who criticized it probably didn't even play it. Like, a lot of the criticism of Nuts and Bolts is solely because people watched that JonTron review years ago and they never played it for themselves. Guarantee you, like 9 times out of 10, you see somebody criticizing Nuts and Bolts on the internet. They haven't even played it. It's not a perfect game. I've got my issues with it. I really don't like the art direction and the character designs, and the writing is really bad, but it is a legitimately fun and inspired video game. And if they ported it to Steam, I would stream it. I would love a port of Rare Replay, Rareware, come on. Any day now. Give me Rare Replay on Steam, please. I think the reason they haven't ported it to Steam is because a lot of games on Rare Replay use like the Xbox 360 backwards compatibility. So they would have to do some additional programming to get that shit working on Steam, which is probably why they haven't ported it to PC. Understand the hate for it not being Banjo 3, but it's a great game. Yeah. I still disagree with the sentiment that it shouldn't have been Banjo-Kazooie. The other honeycomb's like over here. But If here's the thing, if it weren't a Banjo-Kazooie game, it would have been about as well remembered as, like, Grabbed by the Ghoulies. It being a Banjo game gave it the personality of the Banjo-Kazooie series. And it was like, people remember Nuts and Bolts, for better or worse. People remember that game, right? If it weren't original IP, if it weren't a Banjo game, like, it would be as well remembered as Grabbed by the Ghoulies, straight up. I'm missing one Jiggy. I got all the notes. Got the honeycombs. Am I missing a Jinjo? That might be it. Yeah, it being a Banjo game probably... Yeah, there's the Jinjo. It being a Banjo game is the reason why that game probably got made in the first place. I don't know, I kind of disagree with the people that say Nuts and Bolts shouldn't have been a Banjo-Kazooie game, because again, it would not have been remembered at all. It would have faded into obscurity and nobody would have cared. At least it lives on in infamy. Unfairly lives on in infamy, because I think it's a great game, but people remember Nuts and Bolts, for better or worse. Now, if only it starred my man Tip Top. Nah, I can't front. Tip Tut's Nuts and Bolts would have gone crazy. Hey, it's Tip Top! Okay, that's 2 levels down. Moving on to Clanker's Cavern. This is one of those levels that I dread every time I play Banjo-Kazooie. And then I play it and I'm like, oh, it's actually not that bad. Rusty Bucket Bay I also dread, and it turns out to not be as bad as I remember it being, but that engine room is a nightmare. If it weren't for the engine room, I would maybe rank Rusty Bucket Bay in my top 3 favorite levels, but the engine room is such a pain. I think Banjo had a few spin-offs on Game Boy. Yeah, there was Banjo Pilot, and there was Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge, which I've never played either of them. Those are the only Banjo games I haven't played. And I guess that E3 Connect game that you literally can't play because they only showed it off at, like, during a E3 Expo or something. It was like a flight sim with Banjo and Kazooie. And it was really dumb and stupid, but... I kind of want to play Grunty's Revenge. It would be cool if somebody remade that game in 3D. Like in the form of a ROM hack or a fan remake in like Unity or something. I don't know, that'd be cool. Because Grunty's Revenge is kind of like a Zelda game. It plays isometric from like a top-down perspective, rather. Yeah, Clanker's Cavern, I actually like this level, but whenever I replay this game, I think to myself, oh, Clanker's Cavern. I actually play it, and it's not that bad at all. But I always end up missing either like a bundle of notes or one Jiggy. And I go crazy trying to find it. This song is a banger though, straight up. Got the Wonder Wing. Can't use it yet, but I got the feathers. What weighs more? A kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers? That's right, a kilogram of steel. Because steel is heavier than feathers. Dude, the Jinjo is like such a perfect design. What a splendid creature the Jinjo is. You can just tell that, like, Steve Mails or whoever designed the Jinjos, they were just handed a pen and a pad, and they were like, mate, just draw a fucking thing, just like a little creature. Just draw a fucking thing. Fun fact, Clanker's voice is just Banjo's voice, like, slowed way down. Okay, the first thing I'm gonna do is the underwater part, where we have to free Clanker, because This part stresses me out. Clanker terrified you as a kid? I think if I played Banjo-Kazooie as a kid, he would have terrified me as well. But again, I was like 13 when I first played this game. And I remember thinking to myself, yeah, like if I played this as a kid, this guy would have scared the shit out of me. I was scared of everything as a kid. I remember the Donkey Kong Country game over screens in particular really scaring me. I hear Gloop. Where is he? Dog, where is he? Gloop! I need air bubble. Thank you. It's hard to tell the depth perception because it's a 2D sprite. I love all of the Banjo-Kazooie speak that the characters have. Like, kind of reminds me of Animal Crossing a little bit, or Star Fox on Super Nintendo. Like, boop, 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 boop. Yeah, this part stressed me out as a kid. I kept dying over and over again because I couldn't get the air bubbles. See, Clanker looks all scary, but he's a good guy. He lives a horrible existence. The swimming in N64 games like this in Mario 64 weren't bad. People are just bad. It depends. It varies. I think the swimming in this game in DK64 is fine. The swimming in Mario 64, I don't know if it could be attributed to the controls or the level design itself, but I remember, what was it, Dire Docks giving me a lot of trouble. I don't think it's awful, but it definitely is, it's a little clunky in Mario 64 for sure. But to defend Mario 64, that was an N64 launch title that predates this game by like 2 years. I do agree, though, a lot of complaints about old gaming tropes, like how hard games are, or like clunky swimming controls and stuff. I do think it's a little hyperbolic, but it's a case-by-case basis. But in the age of the internet today, where people are on like super contrarian mode, like you can never tell but people's honest opinions on stuff. I got recommended a video essay of somebody genuinely with their whole ass out defending Bubsy 3D on the PlayStation 1. Like, you can like it. You can enjoy Bubsy 3D. There's more power to you. But they were like trying to objectively say that it's good design and Bubsy 3D is overhated. Like, come on, bro. You can like it. You can like bad games. I like bad games, but like Bubsy 3D came out in what? The same year as Banjo, 1998? If I get it, you'd like to be a contrarian, you like your quirky games, but you could play a good game that's quirky and obscure, like Trouble Tonic. You don't have to go to bat for Bubsy. Come on, bro. Person that I made up in my head. Except it wasn't. It was a real video, but I'm sure that person also exists out there. Like, there are more people that are like, oh yeah, Bubsy 3D is genuinely good design. Is this the entrance? Is that the front of Clanker or the behind? That's the front of Clanker. That's the entrance. I always miss one Jiggy or like a Jinjo or something in this level. Get the Ekum Bokum. See, it's not even the tank controls, because Croc has tank controls, and I like Croc. Resident Evil has tank controls and fixed camera angles. I like Resident Evil. I don't mind tank controls. It's just everything about that game sucks. The levels are unfinished and uninspired. The music sucks. The controls, even though I don't mind tank controls, the tank controls in Bubsy are genuinely awful. Mean for Mario 64 swimming? No, it's not tank controls in 64, not the swimming, no. It's stiff, but it's not. Tank controls are like, you pivot when you turn. Like, you have to maneuver the way you pivot and you turn your character in a different way than the way you're holding the analog stick. So like forward is forward and then left and right. You just gotta like it controls like a tank, hence the name. I don't think Mario 64 swimming is tank controls, it's just swimming controls. I think, and I say this as someone who loves Super Mario 64, but its biggest problem is towards the end of the game, the level design where it gets really tight and precise, like tick-tock clock. Mario 64 is at its best with the big sandboxy levels like Bob-omb Battlefield and Shifting Sandland and Lethal Lava Land. But when the later levels that require precision platforming like tick-tock clock, they don't let the controls and the physics of Mario 64 don't really lend themselves well to that. Unless you're cracked at the game and you're a speedrunner. But you could literally apply that logic to like any video game. Like, oh, this game controls good if you're a master at it. But I love Mario 64. I do think it has its flaws, but it's like the OG 3D platformer. Like, come on now. Rainbow Road is the worst Mario level ever. Yeah, Rainbow Ride is kind of a pain. I still think Tiny Huge Island is my least favorite 64 level, but Rainbow Ride is up there. It's so easy to die in Rainbow Ride, and then you just have to start all over, especially the 100 coin star. In my opinion, the worst Mario level was, I think it was Gelato Beach in Sunshine, where you had to get the watermelon all the way to the smoothie shack or whatever. That is, in my opinion, the worst level in the history of Mario. The freaking watermelon Gelato Beach level. But yeah, Rainbow Ride and Tiny Huge Island are the two levels in Super Mario 64 that I dread every time I replay that game. And unlike something like Clanker's Cavern, where I think it's gonna be bad, but then I play it and I'm like, oh, this level's sweet actually. Nope. Rainbow Ride and Tiny Huge Island are just hell. Okay, I think that's everything in the underwater part of this level, but knowing me, I probably forgot something. Come on, Banjo! Get loose! Wanted to play GTA 4, but it requires logging into the Rockstar launcher. I never played GTA 4. I watched some friends play it, like growing up, but I've only ever played San Andreas and GTA 5. And I think people forget because Rockstar has milked GTA 5 bone dry, right? But GTA 5 had a good campaign. It had a really fun, like, campaign. I understand people's cynicism towards GTA 5 because, again, Rockstar's been milking that for over a decade now, for like the past 13 years. But GTA 5 had a good-ass story mode. As good as San Andreas? I don't know about that, but they're both good-ass games. I have no interest in GTA 6, but, you know, I hope it's good. For the sake of everybody buying that shit. Even though you shouldn't pre-order games, you shouldn't buy the big collector's edition, ultimate primo edition. Yeah, GTA 5 kicked ass. But I totally get why people are, like, done and cynical regarding GTA 5. I totally understand. Okay. I think now we do Clanker. Pause. What? Stop. Okay. There's some music notes up there. We can go inside. Clanker. Yeah. So long as I didn't miss anything underwater, I think we should be good. It's like Rockstar Skyrim. Yeah, it's been ported and remade and remastered. It's done to death. But the game itself is really good. I think people tend to forget that. Okay. Time to go inside of Clanker. Into the blowhole. You gotta pay the troll toll to get in the blowhole. See, this is like something out of Conker's Bad Fur Day. It's blood and guts. It's gory. No, I gotta disagree with you, Darwin. I think every collector's edition that has ever existed is a scam. I'm sorry. I gotta respectfully disagree with you on that one. I don't think there has ever been a collector's edition that's worth the freaking $100 that video game companies charge for it. The freaking Wonder Wing, baby. All right. You actually don't need the Wonder Wing to do this. You can talon trot through it if you're a crazy psychopath. And you know what? I'm a little twisted. That was almost good! Oh, we almost did it. Well, I guess I'm not that twisted. Okie dokie. Guess we'll do this. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Banjo, get up there! Come on, Banjos! Get loose! I really like the fart type beat that we got going here. Sweet. I can't help but feel like I've already forgotten a jiggy or something, but I guess we'll find out here in a moment. Turn around, because there's a Jinjo over here. Help! The only level I'm really dreading is Click Clock Wood. I'm not like Rusty Bucket Bay's fine if you do the engine room first, so that way you don't have to get all the notes all over. But Click Clock Wood, it's very easy to fall off of that tree and die. I like Click Clock Wood. Aesthetically, it's my favorite level, but actually playing it kind of drags a little bit. It takes like an hour to do that one level alone. I don't think there's a bad level in Banjo-Kazooie, though. I think they're all good. Here come welcome. You wanted to get the new Halo Collector's Edition, but Scalpers got it. Microsoft said it was meant to be limited. We won't restock it. Comes with a foot-tall Master Chief statue. Yeah, here's the thing though, I don't think that's worth it. I think that's a scam. I think video game merchandise is cool, but like, collector's editions are always overpriced. And they're not worth it. Even if it comes with the cool, you know, statue or an action figure or something, like, it's not worth it. You can spend your money on better stuff. Like, better video game merch that you can buy separately. Oh no, I'm missing one music note. That's never good. Ah, nerds. Oh my god, these guys are gonna kill me. I'm missing one music note. Please tell me it's like up here. No? Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare. This speed run is ruined. This always happens in Clanker's Cavern. My ass misses one note, and now we gotta, like, comb through the whole level again. I wonder if it was down here. Also, yeah, scalpers suck, just in general. Like, a lot of hobbies and a lot of things that you might be into just suck now, and everything's overpriced, thanks to scalping. Which is nothing new, really, but... you know, it still sucks. Imagine being a kid today and being into Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon, and you can't buy a booster pack because some grown-ass man with a Jake Paul haircut, like, bought it, all the booster packs for their dumbass unboxing video, unpacking video. It sucks, man. Like, what if you're a kid and you just want to play the Pokemon TCG and buy booster packs? No, sorry, you can't do that because a grown-ass man-child bought all the cards. Okay, it's not down here. I'm gonna check the troll toll to get in the Clanker's blowhole. Because I might have missed a note there. That's the worst, when you're missing one singular music note in a level. Okay. I'm gonna go back over here, and then I guess we'll check underwater. The only other thing that I can think of that I maybe missed was down at the bottom of the freaking Mariana Trench, where Gloop was. Like, maybe that's where I missed a note? Not seeing one in here. Statue merch that are quality that comes in the collector's edition usually go for hundreds. Here's the thing. I just think that that sort of stuff is a ripoff, and I don't have the disposable income for that. I think that's a waste of money. That's just me. Like, you can disagree with me on that. I think a lot of video game merch is, you know, kind of purposeless, but... man, I cannot believe already we're missing one note. Okay. Where could it be? We got everything else, I think. Yeah. I'm just missing one note. That sucks. I'm gonna go back down here, because it might have been down here. There it is. Alright, we got it. We're good. Yo, Gloop, hook me up, bro. My man Gloop. Let's get out of here. Well, hopefully this doesn't happen any further in this playthrough, because the other levels, with the exception of Click Clock Wood, I know where everything is. It's like embedded in my brainstem. No matter how many times I replay this game, whenever I do Clanker's Cavern, I miss one thing. But yeah, I like this level. It's very dreary. The color palette's kind of gross, but it's a good level. It's very confined. Like, everything is all in one center location, which is cool. Let's get out of here. Okay, well, barring that level, this has been a pretty easy breezy, beautiful cover girl playthrough. Next up is Bubble Gloop Swamp, which would be another contender for my favorite level if it weren't for Mr. Vile. I'll probably skip Mr. Vile and then come back when I get the turbo trainers. Grunty wears a reinforced girdle under that repulsive dress of hers. Well, maybe if you were a bit nicer to Gruntilda and you didn't like body shame her and you weren't so mean to her, she wouldn't have turned out to be a witch. She's also got this nasty pet dog whose name is Big Knacker. My sister sings in her own band, Grunty and the Broomstick Boys. They're awful. She's so mean. Yo, I got Grunty and the Broomstick Boys' first demo. I got their first EP. Back when they had that DIY punk rock sound. They went too mainstream. They became too commercial. You know, Grunty and the Broomstick Boys. Yeah, I really like Bubble Gloop Swamp. I just hate Mr. Vile. Much like Rusty Bucket Bay, like if Bubble Gloop Swamp didn't have the Mr. Vile minigame, it might be in my top 3. A lot of the levels in this game are ranked evenly for me personally. I think Treasure Trove Cove is definitely my favorite. But levels like Bubble Gloop Swamp, Rusty Bucket Bay, and Mad Monster Mansion is up there too. I really like the Halloweeny vibe of Mad Monster Mansion, but I much like Clanker's Cavern, I usually miss a music note or a jiggy in that level. But it reminds me a lot of like the Nightmare Before Christmas level in Kingdom Hearts. Specifically the level version in Kingdom Hearts, not the actual Tim Burton movie. I mean, it's both, but like, you know. Okay. Grunty awoogaed her eyeballs out down here, and it's easy to forget about this. But you get a jiggy here. I think last year I forgot about this. I forgot to get it, and I was missing one jiggy in the Grunty's Lair hub world, and I was like, where is it? And I think I ended up wasting like 30 minutes trying to find it. Okay. Go ahead and activate the cauldron in here, which acts as like a warp. That exact same stock sound effect is used in a lot of humongous entertainment games like Pajama Sam. I love Rareware's affinity for using Hanna-Barbera like cartoon sound effects. It's so good. Alrighty. Bubble Gloop Swamp, here we come. Gruntilda statue hitting the T-pose. Damn. Okay. I think Brentilda's behind here. My lazy sister often sleeps in a dumpster, the dirty hag. The only thing she's ever won was the biggest butt competition at which school? Yo, pause. Flushed emoji? She often boasts of appearing on the cover of Fat Hag Monthly, polishing her crystal ball. Yeah, that kind of goes hard, though. The more she's describing her sister, the cooler Gruntilda sounds to me. What is her problem? Pondering the orb, polishing her crystal ball? That's pretty gangster to me. Oh! Get owned. All right, we've only been going for an hour and we're already on Bubble Gloop Swamp. I feel like we're making pretty good time. Maybe we're still on world record pace. Yo, the Flibbits. These are my favorite enemies in the game. I love the Flibbits. I love when you kill them and they go, ah! Boom, 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 boom. Wasn't there an ESPN clip recently, like some football clip, that was using Bubble Gloop Swamp music in the background for some reason? One of your coworkers sounds a lot like one of those old educational computer game narrators. That rocks. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that.
Yummy, Croctus like that.
Okay. Maybe keep that to yourself.
Yummy egg.
Can I offer you an egg in this trying time? There's a cheat code you can enter in the sandcastle floor to give you additional, like, eggs and red feathers. I might show those off after we beat the game. And maybe some of, like, the stop and swap codes and such. That was a waste of a Wonder Wing. This is piranha water! Keep your smelly feet out of here! Okay, duly noted. I really shouldn't be this reckless with damage boosting because even in the recomp, if you die, you lose your notes because it's based off the original N64 version. So I should be more careful, I think. Also, honeycombs stay put no matter where you go on the map. They don't despawn. So you can just like kill an enemy and save the honeycomb for later if you need the health. Like how Rare Incorporated stop and swap in the 360 versions. Yeah, I actually like the bonus features in Nuts and Bolts, and I think they added one or two things in Banjo-Tooie. I'm of the opinion, though, I think most of what they were going to include in stop and swap ended up in the original version of Banjo-Tooie in the first place. Like stuff like Dragon-Kazooie, I'm convinced that that was originally going to be a stop and swap code from Kazooie that you transferred over to Tooie. But they ended up just putting Dragon-Kazooie in the game anyway. Yeah, probably shouldn't be damage boosting. But I'm lazy. I don't feel like going back and getting the boots. I really wish they would port Rare Replay to Steam. The only thing Rare Replay is missing is, well, the DKC games, for one. But obviously they can't do that. But the first Killer Instinct is absent from Rare Replay. And I think it's because Killer Instinct is notoriously, like, pretty difficult to emulate. The original KI from 1994. Rare Replay has Killer Instinct Gold, which is the 64 version of Killer Instinct 2, but it doesn't have the OG. If they could port Rare Replay to Steam and include the original, like, Killer Instinct, which got a remaster by Code Mystics, by the way. So, like, a remaster already exists. Dragon-Kazooie can only be unlocked with the Ice Key in the 360 version. No, Dragon-Kazooie's absolutely in the 64 version. I gotta look this up now, but I'm 99% certain that Dragon-Kazooie's in the 64 version. Banjo-Tooie, Dragon-Kazooie. Yeah, you can get... Oh, no! Oh, wow, really? No, you're right! I'm wrong. It's only in the Xbox Live Arcade version. Okay. Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, you're right. You're totally correct. Interesting. Well, I think that lends further credence to my theory that Dragon-Kazooie was going to be a stop and swap unlockable. I did not know that. I thought Dragon-Kazooie was in the original game too. Very cool. Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of Banjo-Tooie. I think it's got some bad levels. I think it's got some backtracking issues. Not as bad as people make it out to be. Banjo-Tooie is actually pretty lenient with the amount of jiggies you need to beat the game. You only need to get like 70 out of 100 or something. So if you're not going for 100%, which I don't recommend you do, unlike this game, which if you're playing Banjo-Kazooie, you gotta go for 100%. But Tooie is totally fine if you don't go for everything. You don't go for all the collectibles. Honestly, I think 100%ing Banjo-Tooie is even more of an arduous challenge than 100%ing DK64. And DK64 is infamous for the amount of collectibles, but I've 100%ed it a couple of times in the past few years. And aside from some of the golden bananas, namely Beaver Bother, the 3 Beaver Bother minigames that you have to play, DK64, man, I love that game. But I'm also super, like, nostalgia blinded by it. It was one of the first video games I ever played. I get why people are harsh on DK64. I totally understand why people are critical of that game, but I think it has so much charm and character. And I'm talking like the vanilla game. I played the OG DK64 to 100% completion. I've done it on emulator. I've done it on Wii Virtual Console, Wii U Virtual Console. Save stateless as well. No save scumming or anything. But I do recommend, if you play DK64 nowadays, play the Tag Anywhere ROM hack, because it doesn't fix all of the problems with that game inherently, but it does improve the flow demonstrably. I think playing vanilla DK64 is like a rite of passage at this point, but if you are going to play the game, I can't recommend the Tag Anywhere ROM hack enough. It is really nice. Part of me doesn't even want to attempt the Mr. Vile minigame until I get the turbo trainers. Because I know he's just gonna whoop my ass. In the N64 version, you can still get it. You read they put the ice key in Tooie because you can't stop and swap, but Xbox versions you can via stop and swap. I still think they probably could have done some Sonic and Knuckles lock-on type technology, but someone in chat, it might have been you, said that it was probably patented, so Rare couldn't do that. But Banjo-Tooie absolutely would have benefited from like lock-on technology. Okay, do I turn into an alligator and try to take on Mr. Vile? I think we'll circle back to that. Can't leave through this way? No, I guess not. Check this out, though. I'm gonna backflip up here. Parkour. Parkour. Hardcore parkour. 360 gainer off of the dumpster. Yeah, that is true. Game Genie and like Game Shark was lock-on technology as well, so they couldn't have patented it. I don't know, maybe they just didn't think to do it. But that would have been perfect for Banjo-Tooie. Lock-on cartridge. Alligator Banjo does rock. He might be my favorite transformation in this game. You're not as scaly as you think. You're just a fuzzy little bean. Least conspicuous witch switch. Wig snatched. Wig exploded. Yeah, it could have been hardware limitations. I don't think anybody's ever pointed out how funny it is that the 64DD was made to, like, I keep doing that instead of egg. The 64DD was made to be, you know, an add-on to compete with the discs of the PlayStation and the Sega Saturn. But they must have missed the memo because that shit didn't even use compact discs. It used magnetic discs. Like, the 64DD is such a fascinating little bit of gaming history. But it's like they missed the memo or something. Oh yeah, everybody's using discs? Okay, we'll release this add-on for the 64 that use discs. It's like, no, they use compact discs. Nintendo, no! You're using magnetic discs! I don't know, I think that's funny to me. For some reason. Oh wait, before we do Tank Tup. Pause? Pause? Wait a minute. No, before we do that, I think there's an alligator over here. One of the golden crocodises. Crocodilo. Yeah, this guy over here. Ow! You were gonna do more OOT rando, but you lost the will. I'm telling you, Zelda randomizers. You start one, you make good progress, and then you hit a wall. That always happens to me whenever I try to do a Zelda randomizer. I start it up, things are going good, and then I hit a wall and my progress is halted. And I give up. Oh, you just don't feel like playing it? I did a Triforce Hunt randomizer back in like November. And that was fun, but it was also too easy. I definitely got to crank up the difficulty next time. Get ready for an amazing sound effect, by the way. Oh! I love that sound effect. Oh! It's just now dawning upon me that we have to do Mr. Vile because I can't leave the level. If I leave the level, I have to get all of the music notes again. So we gotta put on our big boy pants and we gotta take on Mr. Vile anyway. Because if I leave the level and come back, it won't save my notes. Guys, get ready for Tip Tup. Get ready for Tip Tup in chat. Tip Tup is gonna become real. There he is!
Quiet, please. The famous Tip Tup Choir will now perform my latest work.
Yellow. Blue. Yellow.
Bit short, isn't it, Shadow Boy? We'll see. Copy what you just heard for lesson 1.
Well, first I'm gonna get this very sneaky honeycomb. No, I don't need to see it again. Yellow, blue, yellow. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna pilfer all of your belongings. And then I'll play your little mini game. Yellow. Blue. Yellow. Mellow yellow. Whatever happened to mellow yellow? Pink, cyan, pink, red, pink. I guess it's more purple. I don't know. Pink, cyan, pink, red. It's like they got 3 shades of blue, pretty much, and then like pink, which is kind of blue-ish. I don't know. My ass is colorblind. They could have picked different colors. Red, perp, red, yellow, red, pink, cyan. I'm writing this down because I'm not remembering that shit. He's cheating! The speedrun is illegitimate. He wrote that shit down.
Magnificent! A true masterpiece. Here, take this trinket I found. earlier. Hey, it's Tip Top.
Mellow Yellow is still a thing? I haven't seen Mellow Yellow in years. Yeah, that was me. I haven't seen Trix cereal or Trix yogurt on the shelves in probably 17 years. Like ever since I was a little kid. You live in the Midwest though, don't you? Maybe it just doesn't exist down here in the Southeast. Alright, we gotta do the Mr. Vile minigame. Missing 2 Jiggies, 1 honeycomb. What? It's like a big swath of level that I'm missing. Oh, it's all that stuff over there. Right. I gotta be an alligator to get that stuff too. I don't think there's anything else I'm missing though, so let's Detroit become alligator. And then we'll see you later. But if we became a crocodile, I would see you in a while. So remember that. That's gonna be on the test later. My boy Seth, he can rap like the meth on the test. Okay, if I could just do it. Wait a minute, hold up. Oh, that was almost good. Is Mr. Vile a croc? I think he says fastest croc around. So I think he is a crocodile, as a matter of fact. The irony of me trying to do a shortcut to get into Mumbo's hut, and I end up wasting a bunch of time. This speedrun is in freaking shambles. Go ahead and heal up. Like, there's gotta be a way to... Nah, that ain't happening. Maybe you can clip through the wall if you do a glitch or an exploit. You know, if you're good at the game, but unfortunately, I'm bad at this game. I still think I'm gonna shoot for sub 5 hours, but I don't know. This has been a pretty sloppy run since Clanker's Cavern. Maybe we can make up for it in the later levels, but this is not my quickest Banjo-Kazooie playthrough so far. You always thought the intro of the dragonfly dying was a diss at Spyro for some reason? It might... Maybe. You might be onto something. It could be a reference at the very least. I like Spyro, but I'm not as passionate about the Spyro games as I am like a lot of Sega and Nintendo stuff that I grew up with. Like, I like Crash Bandicoot, I like Spyro, but for me, I was oh, the washing machine, that's super rare. There's like a 1 in 200 chance of seeing the washing machine. And then in Banjo-Tooie, they made it playable in Grunty Industries. That kills speedruns, by the way. Speedrunners do not want to see that, even though it's super rare. Rareware. Alright, let's go. Little alligator fella. I love it. I love the sound effects, man. Yeah, I've talked about this before. I was a pretty late adopter to the PS2. But growing up, I was a Jak and Daxter stan. That was my shit, and to this day, it still is. And, like a bunch of Shonen Jump anime games. And Gradius 5, which to this day is still probably my favorite shmup. Either Gradius 5 or Ikaruga. I think Gradius 5 is so underrated. Find it funny when speedrunners get hit by intentional game design that halts their run and they get angry. Well, think about it this way. You're on world record pace, you're playing this game, you're doing a stressful ass speedrun. Imagine you're at the end of the game, you're in Click Clock Wood, and then you get hit with the washing machine transformation and you lost your world record. You would be pretty angry too. I love the washing machine. I think it's a cool little Easter egg, a cool little thing that they threw in the game. But imagine you're doing the speed run and you're on world record pace and you're at the very end of the game, and then you get bad RNG and the washing machine ruins your world record. Like, you would be mad at that too. I think the corniest thing that speedrunners do is when they like do set a world record and they go like, fuck yeah, fuckity, fuck yeah, oh yeah. Like that's so cringy to me. That is the one thing that speedrunners do that's like, it makes me cringe. It's like, setting a world record is a big deal. That's something to be proud of. But when they go like, fuckity, fuck yeah, oh yeah, dude, oh fuck, I fucking beat the game, dude. Anyway. Hey, I'm Mr. Vile, greediest croc of all. I hate this minigame. He's probably gonna win. You got the turbo trainers in the background there. If you get them, you can come back here, and it makes this minigame way easier. But again, if I leave, I'm gonna lose my notes. So I gotta do this now. No, you're taking my yumblies! This is kind of messed up. These dudes are like sentient. They're like bouncing around and they have the big googly eyes and we're just eating them? This is messed up, man. And you have to play 3 games of this, by the way. And it just gets more and more difficult. It would be easier if the camera didn't zoom in with you and you could see the whole playing field. But like when you're up here, you can't see what's below you, and Mr. Vile can because he's a CPU. You know, the world record holder for Stuart Little 2, let's go. That's a flex. They kind of seem tasty. Azura, you use the freaking Monster House gif of the dude eating the thing. You're just like a ravenous little creature. Oh, this is such bullshit. I hate this minigame, man. Like, I can't see anything below me. That's the worst part. If you could see the whole playing field, it would be fine. Because Mr. Vile doesn't need to see the whole playing field. He cheats. He's a CPU. No, God! Oh! Man. I hate this minigame, man. No, get away from me. I wish I had the turbo trainers, but I have to do this now. This might be my least favorite part of the game. I genuinely hate this minigame. See, he can see the whole field. I can't. I'm molding. I'm crashing out over a kid's game from 1998, from before I was born. But it's all Gucci. We're gonna beat him. This minigame is bullshit. It makes me unreasonably angry. Like, I think it's the music. Grant Kirkhope succeeded in composing, like, the most rage-inducing song. Wonder if the strat is to stay in front of him. That works, but he's much faster than you, and he invariably, like, catches up to you. So if you try to stay ahead of him, he's just gonna catch up to you anyway. See what I mean? Like, he just has a big hitbox and he catches up to you. Stop! He's cheating! Barely cinched it. Yeah, go to hell, Mr. Vile. I have a tougher challenge. Nah, I'm good. Press A to accept or B to slide off like a slug. Yeah, Mr. Vile, you're cool. You're the baddest croc in the game. That's everything, right? Alright, 26 minutes. Let's see if we can make up for some crummy performance here. Like, this level took me a while. Clanker's Cavern, we lost the one note. I can maybe make up for it, though. Extra lives? Yeah, that's it. It's not worth it. You play it once for the jiggy, and then you bounce. Unless you just so happen to really like that minigame. One guy? No continues? What were they thinking? That is genuinely, like, the only part of this game that I dislike. But it's all smooth sailing from here, except for the engine room in Rusty Bucket Bay. Yeah, you know what's good. You know I had to hit you with some AVGN. Even though that quote did not fit the scenario I was in at all. So we're actually gonna hit up Gobi's Valley first to get the turbo trainers, and then we'll go back to Freezeezy Peak and get the Beak Bomb. Actually, we could do either. You could pretty much do either in whatever order you want to do. But the last two moves are in those levels. I guess it would make more sense to do Gobi's Valley first, and then... Yeah, I'll go into Gobi's Valley, get the turbo trainers, and then do Freezeezy Peak. It's like the one weird instance of backtracking in this game. Let's go. There's also a Jiggy inside the big Gruntilda statue we can nab. We're almost halfway through the game, and we're not even 2 hours into the stream, which is pretty crazy. And this has not even been like a good Banjo-Kazooie playthrough. At least I've done... I think last year we would have been, like, making even better time. The roar. Yeah, it's classic. Oh, look at that frame rate. It's getting crusty. That's not your stream. That's literally just the N64 frame rate being like that. It lags a lot in this room. It's crusty in here. Part of the authenticity. That's part of the playthrough, man. I always thought this was really cool.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Had a lot of trouble with the desert level as a kid. I think me too. Like, Gobi's Valley gave me a tough time as well. We're gonna open up Gobi's Valley, go in there, get the turbo trainers, and then we'll do Freezeezy Peak first. Because you need the beak bomb and the turbo trainers to do both levels. We'll come back to that as well. Gotta open up Gobi's Valley first. Oh, I don't have enough notes. Wait, it's this way. I was going the wrong way. That way takes you to Mad Monster Mansion. No, it takes you to Rusty Bucket Bay. Mad Monster Mansion is like over here. Alright. Boom. We're gonna go in, get out, and take on Freezeezy Peak, which is my second favorite level, maybe my favorite level in the game. I think Treasure Trove Cove at the end of the day is probably my favorite level, but Freezeezy Peak is up there. When I was a kid living in Maryland, Merlin. When I was a kid living in Merlin, there was an ice cream place called Tasty Freeze, and it was spelled like how Freezeezy Peak is spelled. The snowman that I hate. That fucking snowman that I hate. They kind of remind me of Bleak from Donkey Kong Country 3. Or what was his name? Bad Mr. Frosty from Clay Fighter. You think anybody plays Clay Fighter competitively? Like, is there a competitive scene for Clay Fighter? When is that shit coming to Evo? Grunty's best friend at which school was the awful Sweaty Betty? Don't bring Sweaty Betty into this. You know she has a medical condition. She doesn't need to catch strays. When relaxing, she usually reads Warty Girls Weekly Magazine while sipping a glass of her favorite cold worm juice. It's probably good for you. It's probably nutritious. Worm juice. Okay, I'm just gonna make a beeline for the turbo trainers and then leave. We'll come back here. Right up here. All right. Sweet. I'm out. I think we'll do Freezeezy Peak and then we might take a BRB. I might make a cup of coffee and then we'll be back. But after Freezeezy Peak, we're halfway done with the game. Still shooting for sub 5 hours, but we'll see if that actually happens. It's funny how Grunty is evil, but her sister's just cruel. That's what I'm saying. It's messed up. Maybe Grunty would have turned out to be a nicer, more well-adjusted person if her sister was nicer to her. The one that gets me is like when she says her band is awful, because that's just so cruel. I saw Grunty and the Broomstick Boys live in concert back in the day, and they were nothing but a class act. Okay, so we got some big lore in this igloo right here, okay? Go into this igloo, right? And Boggy is nowhere to be seen. These little iPad babies. They don't know where their dad is. It's Christmas. They don't have Christmas presents. Okay, here's the lore. Why do they have a picture of Banjo and Kazooie in their home? If Boggy doesn't know who Banjo is, why does he have a picture of Banjo and Kazooie in their home when they haven't even met? What are the lore implications, Rareware? I love this level so much. I love Christmas. I love the holidays. I know a lot of people that for them the holidays are stressful and like Christmas is super commercialized and materialistic. But for me, I've always viewed Christmas as spending time with your loved ones and with your friends and making good memories and, you know, just I get it. Christmas is like the hyper consumerist holiday. I understand why it stresses people out and people don't like Christmas, but I've always loved Christmas and Thanksgiving.
We're the Twinklies! Protect us from the Twinkly Munchers!
Sure, the Twinklies and the Twinkly Munchers, sure. That's no fair, what the fuck? That's like, what? These dudes are hacking. Everything is sentient in the Banjo universe. It's kind of like a cosmically horrifying thing. Like, what if you went to the store and bought some light bulbs and it was like, "Hi, I'm Bulby! If you screw me into your light fixture, I'll light up the room." Even the damn ice cubes have eyes. No, I love the holidays. I get it. I get why people don't like Christmas or it stresses them out, but I love Christmas. He found it in a dumpster and thought, dope barren bird. He's like, yo, this will look sick on the mantle. Okay, I don't need the beak bomb yet. Yeah, if you hold the R button down underwater or in the air, it makes flying and swimming a lot better. This just should have been the default control. By default, it's so much stiffer. And this was something that's in every version of the game. It's not just the recompilation. This level is the one level where you don't want to save the transformation for last. I like to do the race against Boggy, like, relatively early. I'm gonna collect a couple things and then we'll Detroit become Walrus. I am the Walrus! I am the Eggman! Goo goo ka-choo! I take a sip of my cold coffee. It's gone cold. Need to make another cup. I like the sound that the presents make when they speak. It's very twinkly, very apropos of Christmas. Great Grandma, you always know just what to say. Christmas! I do not need these feathers. But I will take an egg in this trying time. You played Nuts before this, so hearing the OG version of this track after Nuts and Bolts was wild. Nuts and Bolts had such a good soundtrack. Those arrangements, especially in Banjo Land, are so good. Grant Kirkhope snapped on the Nuts and Bolts score. But I'm right there with you, Darwin. Nuts and Bolts was the first Banjo game I ever played. I will defend that game until I'm blue in the face, and I hope one day either it gets a good recompilation or Rareware ports Rare Replay to Steam. Do you know how much money they would make if they ported Rare Replay to Steam? Like, everybody would buy that shit. Well played, Banjo! You've now learned all the moves in the game! Hip hip hooray! Bottles didn't say that, but I feel like Bottles is the type of dude to say hip hip hooray. You did play OG Banjo first, but you only got to the first 3 levels. So I said it at the beginning of the stream, but growing up, I was a huge Rareware head. I still am. And I had my N64 and my Super Nintendo, and I did have a bunch of Rare games growing up. But I never played Banjo-Kazooie or Tooie. But I do remember being able to, like, buy Banjo-Kazooie, because I went to, like, EB Games or KB Toys or whatever it was some old game store back in the day. And on the shelf, they had Paper Mario, they had Dr. Mario 64, and they had Banjo-Kazooie. And I got Paper Mario, which is still to this day, the first 64 Paper Mario is my favorite game in the series. But I didn't get Banjo-Kazooie because based off of the box art, I thought it was a racing game. Like, let me show you the box art for those of you who haven't seen it. I couldn't really read as a kid. And I was stupid, and I saw the box art, and I thought it was a racing game, and I was like, oh, I don't want a racing game. I think my computer started bugging out a second ago. I turned into robot mode. Here's the box art. And based off of the composition of this box art, for some reason, I thought it was like a racing game. And as a kid, I thought to myself, I don't want to buy a racing game, you know? So I didn't get Banjo-Kazooie. I got Paper Mario instead, but I could have had this game. And I would have loved it if I grew up with it as a little kid, but it wasn't until I was a teenager that I actually got into the Banjo-Kazooie series. But you know what I did have? I had DK64, I had the DKC trilogy. I was a huge Rareware head growing up. Killer Instinct, classic, still my favorite fighting game ever made. Up there with Super Turbo. Bottles claps when the plane lands. He definitely does. He's that type of dude. I turned into Slender Man static. I think it's my graphics card, but sometimes my computer just stutters. I don't know why. It just stutters and like locks up. I don't know why it does that. It didn't used to do that, but when I was forced to switch over to Windows 11 through a manual like software update, it started happening and it's really annoying. Windows 11, I'm like, if I had a way to back up my files, I would roll back to Windows 10 because ever since I was forced to update to Windows 11, everything has just started breaking. My computer lags out, everything runs slowly. I download an update and it breaks my drivers and everything. It sucks. I had no problems running Windows 10, but one day I got a Windows update and it was like, you must update to Windows 11. I was like, why? I postponed it as much as I could. But eventually I had to update. And it's just broken everything on my computer. Everything sucks now. Great operating system, Microsoft. Really, you're just knocking it right out of the park with this one. I think we'll scale the snowman fella and then turn into a walrus and race Boggy. And then you gotta race him a second time and you need the turbo trainers, which is why I went to Gobi's Valley. Did I miss any of those snowmen? I don't think so. We got all of them, right? I can't help but feel like I missed one. But no, we got all of them because the Jiggy spawned on the top of the snowman. So let's just go ahead and do that. I remember in Banjo-Tooie, there's a Ice Cube NPC named like there's like a husband and wife ice cube, and you end up murdering them both in cold blood. It's actually really messed up. This is such a good level, though. Oh my god. I'm a sucker for snow levels and like Christmas levels. Even though I hate the snow in real life, I am not a fan of the cold. I'm a summertime boy. It was 95 degrees Fahrenheit out today and beautiful. Not a cloud in the sky. I was chilling. I literally wasn't chilling though. I was sweating my ass off, but I don't mind the heat one bit. But the snow and the winter time. Like, I love the holidays, but at the same time, I am not built for the snow. I hate the cold. Do you think the snowman is sentient as well? Or do you think the big googly eyes are like plastic? And the folks of Freezeezy Peak just made this gigantic snowman fella. Most definitely sentient. That's terrifying. Locked-in syndrome is one of the scariest things in the world to me. The concept of just being trapped and can't move or feel. Also, look at the skybox, man. So pretty. I love it. This is such a good level. I still think Treasure Trove Cove just barely beats it, but this is up there. He likes watching all the goings on. Well, that's good at least. That kills me every time. The freaking jet engine sound effect. Hey, Boggy, are you gonna go home to your kids and make sure they're okay? You know, feed them dinner? And no? Okay, you're just gonna go sledding? Okay, Boggy. This really is one of those soundtracks where you can't help but hum it. Because every song is so asininely catchy, and I mean that in the best way possible. I love all of the composers at Rareware. David Wise, Grant Kirkhope, Robin Beanland, Graham Norgate, Eveline Fisher. Like, all of the composers at Rareware were so damn talented. I wonder if Robin Beanland still works for Rare, because I know he did the soundtrack to Sea of Thieves, in addition to Killer Instinct and like Conker's Bad Fur Day. He didn't do KI 2013, which is unfortunate, because I really don't like Mick Gordon. I hate that EDM metal sound, and I think Mick Gordon is one of the most overrated video game composers ever. I hate him. But Mick Gordon did the KI soundtrack, and KI 2013. I think Robin Beanland would have been better suited, but that's just my opinion. I can just damage boost this, right? Yeah, we're fine. You're fine. Even the water is sentient. Jinjo. Help! Whenever I play these Rareware games, I just have like this Pavlovian response to mimic all of the sound effects. I think the last Jinjo in this level is in the cave. Waz's cave. Scott the Waz's cave. I am the walrus! I'm Otakawa from Odd Taxi. If you haven't watched Odd Taxi, by the way, watch it. One of the best anime in the past 10 years. It's freaking amazing. I still need to watch the movie, but I think the movie is just like a summation of the entire manga / show. But Odd Taxi was so good. The last couple of notes here, and then race Boggy for the first time, and then you gotta race him again. I think the second race, when you have the turbo trainers, is actually easier than this one. It feels like you can move quicker. Mr. Boggy is a terrible, terrible father. I don't know why I added Mr. I think it's just because there's Mrs. Boggy in Banjo-Tooie. I don't know if I've ever seen Boggy referred to as Mr. Boggy. So I don't know why I added that. I'm a fake fan. Whoa-hey! 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 Oh, we hit the 2-hour mark. Look at that. If I don't die a billion times in Rusty Bucket Bay, we might be able to hit sub 5 hours. I'm gonna shoot for 5.5. Sub 5.5 hours. I think that's doable. You've wad your last hay, Boggy. You're too quick for me, Mr. Walrus. Here's your medal. I reckon I need to race someone my own size. Adventure Time got a new spin-off that Shadow dropped. I wasn't ever a big fan of Adventure Time. I liked the early seasons where it was like a Western cartoon and it wasn't like, there wasn't any continuity. Regular Show was my shit though. I think Regular Show is one of the best cartoons ever made. I never really cared for Adventure Time, especially when it like tried to get serious later on.
It insists upon itself.
So this is where the last Jinjo is, but also there's a honeycomb down here. Nah, Regular Show was the shit. And you know that JG Quintel and like the showrunners knew ball because Mordecai and Rigby played games on a Sega Master System. Like, there were some deep cut references in that show. Now, I think there's nothing else for me to do as a walrus. All I gotta do is get the one Jinjo and race Boggy again. Oh, and I gotta give the kids their present. You can boke 'em? Also, the other honeycomb is over there. I gotta remember to get that. Take it easy, we'll be safe. With the boots. I don't want to die, because if I die, I have to get all of this stuff all over again. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, we'll race Boggy. I think that's it, and then we gotta go in the cave again to get the final Jinjo. Alright, see ya, Darwin. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you have a great rest of your night. Appreciate you stopping by. Hey, buddy, fancy a race against Boggy? Press A to accept or B to chicken out.
Nobody calls me chicken.
Yeah, I get it, Slalom for the NES. Cool reference for everywhere. Wahey! First try, one take. There we go. Go! Yeah, go look for your kids' presents. How about you go be a dad? See ya, Boggy. Yeah, I think we made up for lost time in Freeze Easy Peak. This was a pretty quick playthrough of this level. I think last year I forgot to get the honeycomb that's in that hole over there, and I had to backtrack all the way around. Oh, speaking of Ice Key, we mentioned it a little while ago in Bubble Gloop Swamp, but that's one of the stop and swap items, and the only way you can get them is by entering very, very specific codes in the sandcastle in Treasure Trove Cove, and it drove people in the 90s crazy because nobody knew how to get the stop and swap eggs or the Ice Key. Again, I got into this at the very end. Like, all this shit was figured out in the 2010s when I was getting into Banjo-Kazooie. But it was still so fascinating learning about Stop and Swap and, like, all of the secrets that lie within Banjo-Kazooie. And Banjo-Tooie! Whoop! I can only imagine being a kid in the late 90s, early 2000s, playing Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. Like, oh man, what's the deal with Stop and Swap? What all is in this game? Yeah, there you go. Banjo's your new father. The iPad babies got their, you know, their $19 Fortnite card. That was a pretty quick playthrough of Freeze Easy Peak. How long was that? That was it, what, 17 minutes, I'm gonna guess? 18 minutes? 22 minutes. Okay, so longer than I thought, but it felt quick. That felt like a quick playthrough of that level. Maybe it wasn't.
Your best note score for that level? That world is now 100. Wow! My name's Bottles.
Gotta get this hidden Jiggy up here. Run! I love how Banjo's scared. He's like covering his eyes. It's too fast for him. The timing on that is messed up in the 360 version, like because of the frame rate. And I think if you play this recomp at a higher frame rate, the timing is also kind of foobar. It goes down way quicker in both the 360 remaster and the, like, this recomp here. If you set it to the uncapped frame rate, like, because there's no N64 lag, the timer goes down quicker. They might have readjusted it for this recomp here, but I know in the 360 port, all of the timers go down quicker. Because the game runs at like a steady 30 FPS instead of the original where it runs at like a variable FPS. That might be my favorite sound effect of all time. It's certainly a contender. I just imagine somebody pulling a sword from a stone and then raising it to the sky, and then it gleams and it makes that sound effect, you know? Okay, Gobi's Valley. like this level. I'm not super passionate about Gobi's Valley. Like, it's a good level. I would probably rank it relatively low. Of all the levels in this game, it's just, you know, it's the desert level. It's fine. You get to fly around a lot, which is cool. Trunker wants rain! I'm shriveling up!
How's your nuts, Bach Breath?
Kazooie, you can't. Kazooie! Will eggs and feathers help? Those old YouTube videos by Thumbs Up Master that were like Banjo-Kazooie rated E, and it covered all the innuendos in these games, which there are a lot of. There's a lot of innuendos and adult jokes in Rareware games. But I think the first video that person did, that line of dialogue right there was like the first thing in the video.
How's your nuts, Bach Breath?
Kazooie, you can't just ask people that. I'm sorry, I need to stop just humming the music, but it's so dang catchy. It's impossible to not hum to it, you know? Freaking amazing soundtrack. For me, though, best N64 soundtrack, it's a toss-up between Robotron 64 and Ocarina of Time. Diddy Kong Racing is up there as well. It's hard for me to pick a favorite of anything. Like, if y'all have noticed that, like, I can give you a top 3 or a top 5 off the dome, but it's hard for me to definitively be like, oh, this is my favorite thing ever. But freaking Robotron 64 is underrated. Underrated game, underrated soundtrack. It's like hardcore gabber, techno, it rocks. It does rock, Azura. This game has such a good soundtrack. Banjo-Tooie as well. Banjo-Tooie's soundtrack is also more atmospheric. It like sets the tone. I hope somebody comes through with a Banjo-Tooie recompilation. And a good one, not an AI slop recomp like some of the recent recomps that have been dropping. Like a good one, like this one or the Zelda 64. I think they're both by the same guy, Wise Guy. This recompilation and the Zelda 64 Ocarina of Time Majora recomp. The Ocarina fork isn't out yet, I don't think. It's just Majora, but straight up, that version of Majora's Mask made me fall in love with the game. I had never been super passionate about Majora's Mask like a lot of people have been, but when that recomp came out, like early last year in May, or maybe it was 2024, but I think it was last year, I fell in love with Majora's Mask and I beat it like several times in a row. And now it's probably not my favorite Zelda. I still think Ocarina of Time is my favorite Legend of Zelda, but Majora's Mask has shot way up. Shout out to these little Banjo Pharaoh guys, by the way. Let me see if I can get a better view of them. These guys rock. Look at him. Like, this is the coolest dude ever. Just like the coolest little guy of all time.
Summon all the hidden rings of the ancients to beat the witch.
Sure. He's so chill. You have way more control over the beak barge in Banjo-Tooie. It's actually kind of tough to use in this game, because it just sends you careening forward and you can't really adjust it. Oh no! Don't kill me now. If you kill me, that's gonna be a problem. You know, honestly, this recomp probably fixed the note saving, but I'm not sure, so I'm just gonna play it safe.
Only joking, mortal. We can give you this. Well.
Now, if you get the jiggy while you're flying, it skips the animation. So let's see if I can scoop it up. This will decide the world record or not. Amazing. Okay, let me refill my health real quick. Not the bees! I think you can Wonder Wing the bees and kill them that way, but it's easy to just outrun them. Okay, where is the booties? Where's the boots? That way I can wade through the sand. I could just Wonder Wing. Oh, there they are. Alright, see you later, Azura. Have a nice dinner. Dinner. Blaster. What do I want to do next? I like to tackle this level in bits. Like, I like to do one pyramid at a time. We'll go ahead and do this one. I think this might be King Sandybutt's tomb, maybe? Or that might be the pyramid that rises up from over there. It was the one witch switch that I missed when I first played this game as a teenager. And it was preventing me from getting 100% because I was like, I don't know where this last witch switch is. And it's in the maze in King Sandybutt's tomb. Some sneaky music notes over here as well. Slightly off screen. This is Ruby and his little creature. Which I think they reused that for King Jingling's like pet in Banjo-Tooie. My friend Histup. I wonder if he's related to Tip Tup. Maybe there's some lore there. The deep implications. Histup kind of rocks though. He's kind of chill. All right. Hopefully I didn't miss anything in this room. Where's the little guy that you gotta shoot? He's over here. One thing that Banjo-Tooie has over Banjo-Kazooie, and this might sound crazy, but I love the first-person shooter Doom, like arena shooter segments in Banjo-Tooie. There was even a multiplayer mode where you could play as like Jinjo, and Jinjo was basically the odd job from GoldenEye. I love that. I thought the first-person levels in Banjo-Tooie were a lot of fun. You could tell that they were playing Quake and Doom over at Rareware. And rightfully so, you know, Quake is a freaking masterpiece. Okay, this is King Sandybutt's tomb, I think. Yep. There's a witch switch in here that's really easy to miss. This and freaking Angry Aztec in DK64. Nightmare fuel. Like the one temple that goes, "Get out!" in DK64. That frightened me as a kid. I would have tweaked out over this level as well. This pyramid. If I had played Banjo as a kid. Easy peasy. Now that I know where it is, but the first time playing it, I was like, where is that witch switch? I'm a sucker for a good desert level in a game. Super Mario 3 invented that shit. This level's alright. There's just something about Gobi's Valley that I'm not in love with, and I don't even think I know what it is. There's something about this level that I can't define that it just makes me kind of apathetic towards it. I really don't know what it is. I want to get that note before I forget it. Don't want a repeat of Clanker's Cavern. Pretty sure this pattern is the same every time you play the game. But no matter how many times I play this game, I always forget it. I think music note is like up here? Yeah. Banjo. I think there's two up here in the top right corner. It's the Jinjo. Yeah. Beta Mumbo is so scary. They use the old Beta Mumbo design here and there. He has the big hollowed out eyes. I gotta pull up the picture of that Mumbo statue from E3 because it is terrifying. It's this gigantic Mumbo statue that they made. That they presented at E3. Let me pull this up because it is genuinely terrifying. You guys aren't ready for this. I've shown this before, but I can't help but wonder if this is just rotting away in a warehouse somewhere, but look at this. Yeah, pretty scary. And then you realize how huge it is. It's this gigantic Mumbo statue. Like, is it just rotting away in a warehouse somewhere? You gotta wonder. Okay, back to the game. I'll keep Beta Mumbo on standby in case I need to jump scare chat. I think I gotta hit this button again. Oh, okay. But didn't the honeycomb spawn in there? But it's not there, unless it's the draw distance. It is the draw distance. Okay, it's still there. Wait, I gotta rescue Gobi! Gobi the homie! What's up, Gobi? The freaking Doom sound effects. Gobi might be the most miserable character Rareware has ever invented. Poor little guy. Gobi just cannot catch a break. Yo, Gobi, what's poppin', my guy, my man? Okay, to be fair, Gobi was being selfish in that instance. He was surrounded by water. He could have given a little bit to Trunker. He deserved it that time. He was being selfish. Thread the needle. That works. Oh yeah, we need the turbo trainers to get over there. I like to do this level kind of orderly, but I'm kind of doing this in whatever order right now. I'm getting distracted. I see a shiny thing over there and I'm like, I gotta get it. Like all these shiny music notes. Can I make that jump? I wonder if I did like a Talon Trot into Rat-a-Tat-Tap. Nope! Okay, we'll just fly over there. There's another stop and swap door over here. You gotta enter a cheat code to open it up. This is where you get one of the eggs. Man, I really wish I could have been alive back in the day, back in 1998, playing Banjo-Kazooie and just wondering what all was in this game. I know I've said it a bunch of times in this stream already, like it's redundant, but it must have been so cool to be a gamer back in the 90s when that sense of mystery and that sense of discovery was so salient. Think about like all the urban legends and rumors surrounding like Mortal Kombat, Reptile, Ermac, so on and so forth. Shenlong in Street Fighter, which was just a mistranslation, but it spawned a whole entire urban legend. Okay, this little pyramid right here is twisted in the 360 version. The timer is so stingy. Check this out. Look at how... Let's see how much better it is with the original frame rate, like the timer. I don't know, this still might be as equally stingy with the time that they allot you. Oh yeah, it's still tough on the original. But I feel like I'm given like a little bit more time. We almost had it. Come on, Grunty, give me a break. I hate in a video game when you press a button and a timer goes down, and then the timer keeps going down during a cutscene. Like, you can't do that. Come on. Like, the timer is going down in the midst of the cutscene when I can't control it. Rare love doing that. They're like, oh, this will piss the fucking player off. What if we put a countdown timer? But they can't move. I think that might be a Super Mario reference. It kind of looks like a mustache. Or it could just be a smiley face. Or it could be Nosy Bonk. The most terrifying kids program character ever. Nah, that Fafo character from Brazil is probably up there. Like that they might have Nosy Bonk beat. Fafo's pretty terrifying. Skip the animation. Nope, it froze me. I thought if you got a Jiggy underwater, it'd skip the animation. There we go. And I believe that's everything. Yep. 24 minutes. But it feels like I did this level quicker than Freeze Easy Peak even. But it was 24 minutes, Freeze Easy Peak was 22 minutes. All right. Next up, Mad Monster Mansion. Got Mad Monster Mansion, then Rusty Bucket Bay, and then Click Clock Wood. And then Grunty's Furnace Fun, which is like a whole thing in and of itself. I hit the witch switch, right? Yeah. Let me get this. Oh man, that N64 lag. All right, 2.5 hours in. We got 3 levels remaining, but they're 3 pretty big levels. So we'll see how this fares. I like Mad Monster Mansion though. My pro tip for this level is much like with a lot of the levels in this game, do the pumpkin transformation last. Save that for last, because you need to come out of the level as a pumpkin anyway. Gotta go over here. There's a Brentilda over here. Give me all of the tea, all the gossip about your sister. Revolting Gruntilda's bedroom has dirty undies hanging from the ceiling. She also has a Veruca plant growing in a pot beside her bed. Filthy old bag. And you'd be sick if you saw her enormous spotty purple undies. Should you be disclosing this information about your sister to me? Like, again, this is really fucked up, Brentilda. Ah! Well, what's wrong, Banjo? I'll tell you what's wrong, Gruntilda. I fell into a pool of lava. I am dead. Well, it's a good thing we were in the hub world and not in a level. No, I like Mad Monster Mansion. This is a good ass level. It's spooky, it's Halloweeny, and October is my favorite month of the year. You know me, you know I love Halloween, I love spooky shit. Pro tip, break that fence down, because you need to come through here. You need to go in there as a little pumpkin. Pro tip, pro gamer tips, Prima strategy guide gamer tips. I gotta unlock the level first. Whoops! Maybe I'm not a pro. I forgot to unlock the level. It almost feels like some of the levels were swapped during development. Like, the Jiggy pedestal to unlock Click Clock Wood is all the way back at the beginning of the game. It's weird. It feels like some of these levels were swapped around during development, maybe. It's crazy to me that people play Banjo-Kazooie and they don't 100% it. This is one of those games that you really gotta get everything, man. It's so much fun to 100% this game. And also, you need like 95 out of 100 jiggies anyway, so you may as well go for 100%, but it's such a fun game to get everything to. That's just the inherent nature of collectathons. Like, filling up meters and watching numbers go up and completing tasks is just inherently satisfying. $1998, man. Freaking 28 years old. You would think after doing this streaming bit, like playing this game on its birthday for the past 6 years, I would be sick of Banjo-Kazooie, but no, I can never get tired of this game. There we go. Yeah, like, why is the Mad Monster Mansion Jiggy pedestal all the way over here? I wonder if this was gonna be like the penultimate level, and then they decided to put Rusty Bucket Bay and Click Clock Wood ahead of it. That's just a theory. A game theory, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Where's the exit? There's the exit. You know what? I'm not even gonna take a BRB yet. I'm still feeling good. I might get up and stretch after Mad Monster Mansion and like get something to drink. But I think we've made up for the clumsy Clanker Cavern level. Like that was a pretty clumsy playthrough. Bubble Gloop Swamp wasn't great, but I feel like that was a pretty quick Freeze Easy Peak and Gobi's Valley playthrough. I say that as if this is a speed run, which it's not. It's absolutely not a speed run, but I was gonna rat-a-tat-tap and mitigate the damage. But I'm washed. Somebody should make a mod of this recomp or like a ROM hack where the Gruntilda's lair music doesn't reset every time you go from a room to a room. This has got to be my favorite hub world in any video game. I think Grunty's lair is phenomenal. Peach's castle is iconic. I like Station Square in Sonic Adventure, you know? But Grunty's lair is just so good. It has enough exploration, enough secrets, and also a little bit of linearity, so that way you're not getting too overwhelmed, too lost playing it. It's perfect. It is such a good hub world. I also like IOO Hags in Banjo-Tooie, but IOO Hags, by the end of the game, you're kind of exhausted. I believe there's another... There's like a, yeah, stop and swap egg in one of these casks. In the 360 version, you could just find the eggs and the ice key and stuff just by exploring, but again, in the original N64 version, you had to enter super secret cheat codes that nobody knew about for years. Until somebody on the internet found them and uploaded them. The eggs don't actually do anything in the original game, but they were planned to be used in tandem with Banjo-Tooie, and we all know how that went. But eventually they would bring him back for Xbox Live Arcade. Like Dragon Kazooie, which I learned because of Darwin in chat earlier. I did not know that. I thought Dragon Kazooie was in the original N64 game as well. I was totally wrong. I'm so excited for October. I have a bunch of fun ideas for streams. I got a lot of stuff planned. I'm really stoked. Yo, they got the Umbrella logo in here? Where's Leon Kennedy? Greetings, oh solid one. I'm Tumblar the Mighty. Okay, sure. Sure, Tumblar the Mighty. Sure. Just everybody in this game is sentient. I feel like Conker's Bad Fur Day, like one of the big jokes of that game, was just riffing on Rareware giving everything googly eyes and whatnot. You did not stop. You did not touch me. Get real. Grow up. If you don't like sweet and sour sauce, you can grow up. I need to stop quoting random internet videos as if people are gonna understand what I'm talking about. I must sound like a crazy person when I just randomly interject quotes from internet videos from like 10 years ago. These skeletons rock. Pretty sure you can talon trot on the roof. Just a little clunky. Yeah, there we go. I will say, this level has consistently been where, like, I start to lose steam. The past couple years, every time, like, I do this stream where I one-take Jake Banjo in a single sitting, this is the level where it hits me. I'm like, oh, okay, now I'm starting to get tired. But we've only been going for 2 hours and 45 minutes, so this is a pretty good playthrough so far, I'd say. Other than early on in the game with Clanker. Bubble Loop Swamp. Bubble Loop Swamp wasn't even, like, I died a couple times to Mr. Vile. This little turbo trainer segment. This was really hard for me when I was a teenager. I could not make it to the door on time. I don't know why, but that specific part of the game gave me so much trouble. Hey, buddy. You want to stop doing that? I'm gonna kill your ass. I mean, you're already dead. You're a ghost. I'm gonna exorcise you to the other dimension. To the great beyond. You can giggle and chuckle and chortle all you want over there. Get Wonder Winged. This is a massive church. There's a couple areas in Banjo-Kazooie that have like big furniture. And I think this is also just conjecture. This is just me hypothesizing. But I think at one point in development, Gruntilda was supposed to be a giant. Like on some Jack and the Beanstalk type shit. This might be a remnant from that. But again, that's mostly just me speculating. But I remember hearing that early on during development, Gruntilda was going to be a giant before becoming a witch. Which also maybe lends credence to this being the final level. Just a theory, just conjecture, but don't put any stake in that. But I don't know, maybe if I could interview some of the folks at Rareware, I would ask them. Also, this is broken in the Xbox 360 4J Studios remaster. Listen to this. So you're playing the organ keys, right? And they play at different pitches, as they should. But on Xbox 360, they all play the same note. So basically that version of the game is unplayable. No, but it is one of the few snafus of the 360 version. The only other thing I can think of is not being able to skip dialogue, but you can't skip the dialogue here in the recomp either, even though this is based off the 64 version. I love the use of, like, that theremin MIDI. Grant Kirkhope must have loved it too, because so many of his soundtracks have, like, a spooky, warbly theremin component to it. I love it. Guys are like the Dry Bones and Mario. Can't really kill them. I think you can Wonder Wing them, though. Got maxed out lives. We haven't died yet, which is cool. The honeycomb. And a witch switch. I gotta remember to come back for that one as well. That's another Jiggy, much like the one where Grunty's eyes bulge out of her skull. I always forget about that one. I don't think there's any notes or anything up there, but if I'm missing notes by the end of the level, I'll be sure to come back to this church. Remember to backtrack, but I don't think there was anything else up there. Spooky! This was also in the Banjo-Kazooie Rated E video that I saw when I was younger.
Thank you.
So I think that's Grant Kirkhope, the composer, and he's saying thank you with an English accent. And apparently people back in the day thought it said fuck you. I know this is a very well-known like did you know gaming piece of trivia. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it were true, because imagine you're playing this game on like a CRT with mono speakers. It would kind of sound like that, especially with the English accent. Fuck you. Yeah, I had to hit you guys with some like old school did you know gaming ass trivia, but it's funny. It's a funny little factoid. I don't know, I find it amusing. Ow! Oh, the music cut out. Cool little glitch. I don't think I've ever seen that before. If you go into this stained glass window with Banjo-Kazooie on it, it's like an item refill room. Also, fun fact, the guy in that portrait right there, that's Captain Black Eye, who was originally the antagonist in Project Dream for the Super Nintendo before it got turned into Banjo-Kazooie. A lot of people already know this, but Banjo-Kazooie started out as an action RPG for the Super Nintendo, and then over the years it got morphed into Banjo-Kazooie. What's up, Mumi? Happy Monday, hope you're having a nice day. There's an ambulance going by my house. Hopefully they don't run over Yoshikage Kira. I don't even know if y'all could hear that. I live right next to the road and right next to a railroad. So I got cars and trains going by my house all the time. How inconsiderate. That ambulance should be considerate of my streaming endeavors. I love this level so much. It really does have like a Tim Burton quality to it. Another thing I love about Banjo-Kazooie's level design is in most levels there's this vantage point where you can just get a good view of all of the levels. Hey, let me get up there, hold up. Hey V-Love, hope you're having a good Monday. Welcome. We're not almost done because Rusty Bucket Bay and Click Clock Wood are huge levels, but we're like 3/4 of the way through the game. Look at that, you get a good view of like the whole level. It's so cool. Yeah, welcome guys. This has been a pretty decent playthrough of Banjo-Kazooie. We fumbled a little bit earlier because I was missing one note in Clanker's Cavern. I lost some time. But I'm gonna shoot for sub 5 hours, and I'm thinking if Rusty Bucket Bay and if Grunty's Furnace Fun don't give me too much trouble, we can probably do sub 5.5 hours. But this is a tradition I've been doing on stream since the pandemic. I started doing it in 2020, emulating the 360 port on Xenia. I mean, playing it on my real Xbox 360 that I still own and that my older brother didn't sell. Back when I was in high school, didn't even ask me. He just sold my Xbox 360. So I'm not mad. It's all good. Water under the bridge, but still. But no, this is a tradition I've been doing for a while. And y'all know me. Y'all know how much I love Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. That's all the notes in this hedge maze. Y'all ever been to a corn maze? One time my family went to this corn maze, right? And past 10 o'clock, they would make it like extra scary. They would bring out guys and chainsaws and stuff. And like monsters would chase you in the corn maze. And as a kid, we went kind of late, right before, like at 9 o'clock, and I got lost in the corn maze. And then they started bringing out the scary monsters. and the guys with the chainsaws, and I was a little kid and I started freaking out. I was like, I don't want to be chased by a guy with a chainsaw! Freaking Leatherface, like, tormenting 8-year-old me in the corn maze. The first time I did this, it was a crazy event. I think at this point, I could maybe speedrun this game if I learned some of the exploits. Like how to do the Grunty Furnace Fun exploit. No, this guy better not kill me. Okay. I don't want to collect all my notes again. Bum, 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 bum. Yo, what's your favorite color at Jinjo? Mine's the lime green flavor. Yeah, I hope somebody comes through with the Banjo-Tooie recomp. Banjo-Tooie definitely needs it more, because the original game on N64 really, really lags a lot. There is the 4J Studios remaster on 360. But, again, Rare Replay has not come to Steam, which is unfortunate, because I would buy that in a heartbeat. I would love for Rare Replay to come to Steam. The fact as a child, your parents taking you to the murder maze that kills you isn't out of the question. Well, it wasn't like real chainsaws. It was like a rubber chainsaw, but they took the blade off, right? But they still have guys with swords and chainsaws chasing you. Obviously, they're not gonna hurt you. But as a kid, I was terrified. And we went like slightly too late. I remember like my older sister saying like, well, they bring out the scary guys at like 10 p.m. and it's like 9. It was like, oh, it'll be fine. Well, we'll go in the corn maze and we'll get out before they bring out the scary guys. No, we did not. We got lost in this big ass corn maze. But nowadays, I love that shit. Last time I went was 2020. It was 2019 or 2020. So I haven't been to the corn maze in a while, but it was a lot of fun. I was like, yeah, bring out the dudes with the swords. Yeah, as a kid, I thought I was gonna die. I thought I was gonna like, oh, this is it for me. This is where I'm going to die now. Here's another room that stoked my imagination as a kid. Be gone. This freaking treasure chest. This isn't even a stop and swap thing, I don't think. This is literally just here for decoration. But when I was a teenager, I was like, oh, there's gotta be some way to break this open. There's gotta be something in this chest. Because the chests in Treasure Trove Cove opened up. But no, it's just here to make you go, ooh, I wonder what's in there. Rareware was so good at doing that in their games. Like, just adding little things here and there that made you wonder, I wonder if I can open that. I wonder what's hiding. But no, that chest isn't even like a stop and swap thing, I don't think. Oh! I don't think there's anything else up here for me now. For right now. I gotta come back as a pumpkin. Detroit, become pumpkin. That's the last thing you typically want to do in this level. Yeah, you come back up here as a pumpkin and you can like go down the chimney. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else up here. Because I can just come through as a pumpkin. Yeah. I will get these Wonder Wings though. Yeah, this has been a pretty decent playthrough of Banjo in terms of the time. We just now hit the 3-hour mark. But the thing is, Click Clock Wood and Rusty Bucket Bay take forever. Those levels are humongous. Especially Click Clock Wood. I I really like the aesthetic and the theme of Click Clockwood. It's so cozy, but actually playing the level, it's not a bad level, but it just takes so long. Also, I'm pretty sure this is a reference to The Ring. This is like Sadako or Samara or whatever her name is. And then it would come full circle in Killer Instinct 2013 with Hisako. Okay, let's become Pumpkin. How we feeling about pumpkin pie? I think you reach a point of maturity when you grow up and you realize pie is better than cake. Like a key lime pie, a cheesecake, which is pie adjacent because it's got the crumb, like the crumbly crust. Like a cheesecake, a pumpkin pie, apple pie, key lime pie. Wonder Wings? Wonder Wing and pizza, that sounds good. There's a pizza place near me called Doughboys, and they're a little bougie, they're a little expensive, but they have delicious pizza and wings. It's one of the few local joints that I like to, only like a couple times a year, because they're kind of expensive, but they're really good. Really good New York style pizza. This is Scott, president of Domino's Pizza. Have you heard of Hatsune Miku? Have some fun with Miku. Okay. So if I didn't miss anything, we just gotta go into the spooky well and then go over here. And then maybe if we do this fast enough, if I make enough time, like if I make up for, I mean, it doesn't even matter. We're gonna beat this in 5.5 hours for sure, but I might enter some of the stop and swap cheat codes. They don't give you anything in the N64 original. They remedied that with the Xbox Live version. But in the original game, they're just for collecting. And you weren't even meant to collect them, really. Because the whole thing fell through. Disgusting! The stereophonic fart sample. This is rancid. This is vile. This is something you would see in Conker's Bad Fur Day. Oh, it's all good. I did fight Cade kind of late yesterday anyway. It was like last minute. It's all good. If y'all ever see me on Fightcade outside of stream, like usually I'm chilling in those lobbies, you can also just send me a challenge off stream. If you ever see me in there. If I don't accept it, it's probably because I'm not at my computer, but if you ever see me in a lobby, feel free to challenge me. Yeah, I did it like very late last night, and it was kind of last minute, so it's all good. We got a couple games in. Okay, and then, so long as I didn't miss anything, the rest of the collectibles should be in this well. What is it, boy? There's a boy stuck in the well! Sadako is stuck in the well! There's a girl in the well! Oh, please don't be another Clanker's Caverns. Oh, yeah, there it is. I was about to say, if I'm missing one note, that's the worst in a collectathon, when you think you've collected everything, but you're just missing one MacGuffin. I think that's it. 23 minutes? Not bad. Much like with Clanker's Cavern, usually I end up missing 1 or 2 things in this level, but that was pretty clean. Now we gotta do Rusty Bucket Bay, which, this might be a hot take, but I think it's a great level. The only thing I don't like about Rusty Bucket Bay is the dumbass engine room. It's so easy to get killed. So that's the thing you want to do first off. Just to get that right out of the gate, you want to do the engine room. Well, first, we gotta raise the water. Like it's freaking Ocarina of Time. I was about to say, like, it's been a minute since I played Ocarina of Time, when I literally just played the Child Quest ROM hack in its entirety. Like, yeah, Wyatt, it's been a couple weeks. I'm Banjo. All right, you want this? Wrong button. Send your ass to the Shadow Realm. AKA Tampa, Florida. Gotta become a pumpkin again. All this dude does is sleep. He's the reigning champion of taking a nap. No, don't eat me, Mumbo. I'm your friend. That's messed up. Don't even joke about that. I like the splort sound that it makes when you land. Afraid that everyone else there will wipe the floor with me. Well, that's just kind of the process of playing randos on Fightcade. I have played thousands of games on Fightcade over the past 3 years. I've dunked hundreds of hours into various games, namely Super Turbo and Street Fighter Third Strike, right? Like, I played a fair bit of my Fightcade, and most of that gameplay experience has been me getting bodied by people on Fightcade. Because, like, 9 people out of 10 in every lobby you're gonna be in, they're cracked. They're insanely sweaty. But, you know, losing is part of the process. It's nice to win every once in a while. Like, it is nice to win, but if you're playing randos on Fightcade, you're probably gonna get filtered. Lord knows I have. Let me get this Jiggy over here so I don't forget it. Activate this fellow right here. No! Don't go inside! Okay, I didn't activate the other one. That would have been a horrible, horrible, horrible time loss for the speedrun. Okay, check this out. I'm gonna do this like... Well, first I'll talk to Brentilda, and then I'll do the pro gamer move. The disgusting Gruntilda has tadpoles on toast for breakfast! Yo, beans on toast moment? Then she usually has maggot pie for dinner. Wart bags, then finishes with rat sorbet for dessert. How horrid! Your butt will tell you and you... I don't even care, Gruntilda. Stop yapping. You're ruining my speedrun. Blah, blah, blah. You're gonna boil me in a cauldron. I'm gonna die. Okay, let me try that again. I can do this, I promise. I can do this. I don't need to hit the flight pad. I can do this. Maybe I just gotta hit it from a better angle. Oh yeah, gamer. See, I told you. I don't need no flight pad. Alright. 3 hours in. Can I beat Rusty Bucket Bay, Click Clock Wood, and then do Grunty's Furnace Fun in the next 2 hours? It's kind of crazy how long these next 2 levels are. It's a little bonkers. The final fight with Gruntilda is hard, but I have it mastered. Like, once you beat it for the first time, it's not nearly as hard. Like, no duh. Yeah, good logic, good deductive reasoning right there. But the final fight with Gruntilda isn't as hard as a lot of people make it out to be, but the Furnace Fun, something about that board game and I choke. I don't know why. Grunty's Furnace Fun is so much harder than the final boss battle, in my opinion. But yeah, I like Rusty Bucket Bay. If it weren't for the damn engine room, this would rank highly for my personal favorite levels. I like the skybox a lot, the sunset. I like the nautical vibe going on. I do think my least favorite level in this game is probably Gobi's Valley. Not that it's bad, there are no bad levels in this game. But Gobi's Valley, just something about it, it doesn't click with me. I don't know. Mumbo's Mountain ranks pretty low, but I think it's perfect as like a tutorial level to get your feet wet and to teach you the mechanics of the game. But it is kind of boring and uninspired. Like on replaying, like Mumbo's Mountain, it's fine. It's the tutorial level. Treasure Trove Cove is my favorite. Clanker's Cavern is pretty good. Bubble Gloop Swamp is good, but I hate Mr. Vile. But something about Gobi's Valley, it's just, it's aight. It's fine. Got a Sando and a cookie. Nice! The snack stream. Hey, welcome back, Azura. How was your dinner? Dinner. Blaster. Who needs a stream board? Who needs a mix board? I can do the sound effects myself. How goes it? We're on Rusty Bucket Bay now. You missed Mad Monster Mansion. Banger alert. Okay. I'm not messing around. The first thing we're doing is the engine room. The engine room... Somebody at Rareware was like going through a divorce or something when they made this level because the engine room is actually twisted and evil. Oven baked skillet with peppers and sausage and potato. That sounds good. Yeah, Mad Monster Mansion is pretty sweet. Not that one, this one. I like Mad Monster Mansion a lot. I would rank these levels like in a tier list after the stream, but a lot of them would be in the same tier. S tier is like Freeze Easy Peak and Treasure Trove Cove. A tier is the rest of them, excluding like Gobi's Valley, which would be in B tier. Click Clock Wood is probably the level that frustrates me the most, but it's got such a splendid aesthetic, and it's so cozy and just wonderful, that it kind of makes up for the level being a real drag. Cooking with love is great, but have you ever cooked with hate? Cooking with hate is every time I try to cook anything, because I have zero culinary ability. I burn everything, and then I go, shit. Oh, there's a honeycomb up here. Cooking with hate makes it saltier. I think you're onto something. So if you fall into the pit below, you die. And to repeat, in the N64 original version, which this recomp is based off of, if you die, you lose all of your music notes and you have to collect them again. I don't know if it was a design snafu or if it was a memory limitation thing, like the 64 couldn't save it, but they remedied that in the 360 remaster by 4J Studios. And this recompilation here may have also fixed it. I don't remember, but I'm not gonna take a chance. I don't want to die. Just in case. Gripping food with force. Me, when I was 8 years old and I was eating a Go-Gurt. Do you know what I'm saying? Sorry for my Canadian viewer, Azura. Tubes. Sometimes you want the food to fight back. Well, I think you just need to go into the woods and fight a bear. Although I don't think bear meat would taste very good. It would probably be very gamey. There's the one episode of Hajime no Ippo where Takamura boxes a bear, and then he relents when the bear has like cubs. So he's like, oh, okay, I'll leave the mama bear alone. And then it ends up being hunted. And Takamura starts crying. Hajime no Ippo is so good. I never finished it. I watched like the first 150 episodes, and then I was like, okay, I've had my fill. I can't believe it's still going. Like, I feel like that story is Like, what else is there to tell? It's been going since the 80s, but that show is goated. Eating Jell-O is gross to you because it's just... Well, what about pasta? You kind of just swallow pasta. You don't chew it a lot. Do you not like spaghetti?
Super Mario in real life. Spaghetti!
The only food texture thing I don't like is... Like, I've never been a fan of mashed potatoes. I would not consider myself a picky eater. There's only a handful of foods I don't like, but for some reason I never like mashed potatoes because it's just too mushy. So I guess I kind of feel you, V-Love. I feel what you're saying. I do like Jell-O though. Jell-O and pudding is great. But mashed potatoes, I'm just like, man, I wish I was eating a baked potato with like bacon bits and cheese in it. A little dollop of sour cream. There's only a handful of foods that I'm actively like, nah, I don't like. Raw onion. I like cooked onion if it's sauteed and burnt. I like that, but raw onion is disgusting to me. You don't have what it takes to fight a bear. I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend fighting a black bear, especially not a polar bear or a grizzly bear or even a panda bear, even though they're cute and cuddly. I feel like a panda bear is still capable of messing you up, even though, you know, they're very docile and cute and cuddly creatures.
Tapasta!
Thank you, Azura. I forgot about Tapasta once again.
Tapasta!
Well, indeed, Mario, you have a little spaghetti on your overalls.
Oh, fuck you, Luigi! And you have a little spaghetti sauce on your shirt!
As usual. That would make for a good tier list. The live-action Mario's ranked. You got Bob Hoskins. You got Walker Boone. Captain Lou Albano. Banjo, do you want to get up there before you die? Oh my god. I gotta jump from over here, I think. Yeah. Ah! It was kind of like a Jinjo help. Nope. There's the Jiggy. You know what? This isn't gonna be that bad. Click Clock Wood, I'm calling it now. Click Clock Wood is gonna give me more trouble. We already took care of the engine room. That's the hardest part of this level. Yo, is that my man Snorkel? Don't worry, Snorkel. I'll help you. Just give me a wait a little bit. You'll be fine. Just hang in there, buddy. Bum, 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 bum. I really like the skybox in this level, like the sunset. I should go in there. I don't know how Snacker the shark is able to live in this Gungy BP oil spill water. You could say the function of this, any ability in this game is to get jiggy with it. True! Na 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 na. Dude, freaking Will Smith and DJ Jazzy Jeff. The Fresh Prince and DJ Jazzy Jeff. Iconic. They were so iconic that you could play as them in NBA Jam, no joke. There's a code to play. There were a bunch of unlockable characters. You could play as Al Gore, Hillary Clinton, DJ Jazzy Jeff, and the Fresh Prince. There's just a bunch of random ass unlockable characters in NBA Jam. Okay. Anything else in this gunge-filled port? No, I don't think so. You know, now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm realizing getting jiggy with it was not done by DJ Jazzy Jeff. I think that was Big LES who did the production for that song, but still, my point stands.
Na 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 na.
Did I see the ukulele kart game? Yes, and it looks very bad. Which is unfortunate because they have a slam dunk opportunity to make Diddy Kong Racing 2, but with the ukulele cast. There is such a hole in the market for an adventure game kart racer. The only game that ever did that shit was Diddy Kong Racing. They could have... Oh man, it frustrates me, man. I heard ukulele kart and I went, in my mind, I thought Diddy Kong Racing. This is gonna be awesome. Let me check this out. And it looks bad. And I say this as somebody who I like Super Mario Kart. I like the original, like with the sprites and everything. But it genuinely looks so uninspired and lazy. I like ukulele. I want Playtonic to do well. I want them to make good games. And I think they've published some good games, and I like ukulele. But man, that kart racer, it should be 3D, and it should be Diddy Kong Racing 2. Like they have a niche in the market, in the kart racing market, that they can fill. It's stylized in all the wrong ways. Yeah, it's trying to go for like a Super Mario Kart thing, but it just looks weird. I don't want to play as the Jaundice Fridge. That's the one character design in ukulele that I actively hate. I still prefer the old Rareware style, like the art style that they had during the 5th generation, like the N64 era. But a lot of ukulele characters appeal to me. I like Trouser Snake a lot. Yuka and Laylee I like. They're not as strong as Banjo and Kazooie. Like, not nearly as strong, but I think they're fine designs. But that refrigerator, man. Something about it really bothers me. I don't know. It's just, when I heard, oh, ukulele kart, my mind flashed images of Diddy Kong Racing, but with ukulele, like a brand new Diddy Kong Racing, but with the ukulele cast. I was like, oh, this is gonna be sweet. And then I look it up and it's weird and slow and like it uses like really strange looking sprites. I love refrigerators. No, I don't like that refrigerator though. Guys, I think we're gonna have a sub 5 hour run on our hands here. Unless I really biff it during Click Clock Wood and Grunty's Monopoly board game extravaganza.
Hi!
That note is so easy to miss. It's kind of twisted. I think that's everything in here. In the slop kitchen. If Nuts and Bolts got a sequel, how would you want it to look? Ideally, if Nuts and Bolts got a sequel, it would play like the first game, but it looks like Banjo does in Smash Bros. Ultimate. I'm one of those weirdos that I would be hyped for a Nuts and Bolts sequel. Even if it looked like the original game. Like, if they announced a brand new Banjo game and it was Nuts and Bolts 2, I'd be like, alright, let's freaking go. I will defend Nuts and Bolts until I'm blue in the face. It is a good game. I hate the writing, and I hate the visuals, but it is a good-ass game. And I would stream it if I could. I would stream it if they ported Rare Replay to Steam. Or if it got a good, like, recomp. It's also really funny to have a kart racer like this, as if the ukulele cast is iconic and beloved. But it could be if they made, like, a good-ass kart racer on the level of Diddy Kong Racing. I feel like a lot of people, myself included, would like them even more. If they did a solid-ass successor to Diddy Kong Racing with the ukulele cast, I would be like, yeah, those characters would grow on me even more. It could be derivative of Diddy Kong Racing to a T. It could be a total one-to-one, like it's just the Diddy Kong Racing, and I would be so down for that. I would be stoked for that. I think they did that. It's called Tears of the Kingdom. And those same people that praised Tears of the Kingdom were probably the same people that were like dissing on Nuts and Bolts even though they never played it. guarantee you most of the hate nuts and bolts skits on the internet is from people who never played it and they just watched that damn JonTron review from back in the day. Never even bought the game, never played it. Again, Nuts and Bolts is not like a flawless masterpiece, but it is a damn good game that a lot of people wrote off. It was dead on arrival. I don't like the art direction. Like, I don't like how most of it... Actually, you know what? It's mainly just Banjo and Kazooie that look really bad. Bottles looks fine. Mumbo Jumbo looks fine. Humba Wumba got a great redesign. She's no longer just like Native American lady. They gave her like a cowgirl sort of thing going. Gruntilda looks great, but some of the characters like Trophy Thomas is awful. Boggy looks really bad. Klungo looks really bad. I forgot, what was the pattern again? It's like 3-1-1-1-2. I think I remember it off top. Hold up. Has Yooka-Laylee had a good game that isn't... Okay, first of all, Impossible Lair is amazing. Like, it is a legit, really good 2D platformer that not enough people played. The first game is divisive, and I get why. I think the first game has its problems. I've heard that Yooka-Replayly fixes a lot of those problems. I have yet to play Yooka-Replayly, but it's on my to-do. It's on my to-do list. I know I'll like Yooka-Replayly because I like the original game. I like the original Yooka-Laylee a lot, but it does have its problems. I'm not totally blinded by my love for Rare and Playtonic and the people that made these games. Yeah, there are technically 3 games now. There's Yooka-Laylee, Yooka-Laylee the Impossible Lair, and Yooka-Replayly, and then the Kart Racer. But Yooka-Replayly is... It seems different enough from the original Yooka-Laylee, like in terms of design changes and quality of life stuff, that I think you could say it's... If Super Street Fighter Turbo is a different game from Street Fighter 2 The World Warrior. If that makes sense. But once I get Yooka-Replayly, it's on sale. I might scoop it up soon. But I gotta get work done on my car, so that takes priority. But, I'll probably end up streaming Yooka-Replayly in the near future. That Kart Racer, though, yeah, I'm not defending that. It looks really bad, and it could be an easy slam dunk for Playtonic. It could be an easy slam dunk for Playtonic. They could fill the niche of like not having a Diddy Kong Racing type kart racer out in the world. They could make that game. They could do it. But oh well. I think Yooka-Laylee's biggest problem is that the levels are just too huge. They probably should have approached the design like Banjo-Kazooie, where levels are smaller and filled with like breadcrumb type collectibles. But they went for the Banjo-Tooie approach, which doesn't work as well with a brand new IP where the characters aren't as well established. Like Kazooie, or Yooka-Laylee, the original game rather, should have been like a Banjo-Kazooie type game with small compact levels full of collectibles, and it should have been more focused on the moment-to-moment gameplay, but they wanted to do something more Banjo-Tooie-like and create this new world with these new characters, and it just didn't hit. It didn't hit, and this is coming from somebody who likes that game. But I do feel like if they focused more on the moment-to-moment gameplay, they would have had a better product on their hands overall. No, I wouldn't agree with that, V-Love. I see where you're coming from, but there was a lot about Yooka-Laylee that I found really charming and endearing. It did, for sure, rest upon its laurels. Like, where a lot of former devs at Rareware are making this. So, we're not going to give it 100%, like they should have. We're not going to go all out with this brand new IP because, hey, we're Rare. So, you know, this game is already going, like, people are going nuts for this game before it even came out. And then it did come out, and it had a lot of problems and a lot of objective design flaws, but I still really enjoyed my time with Yooka-Laylee in spite of my criticisms with it. But I'm not saying Yooka-Laylee is as charming or as memorable as like Banjo-Kazooie. Of course not. Banjo-Kazooie just has better character designs. It's beloved for a reason. But I think Yooka-Laylee was still, I had a great time with it and I enjoyed it in spite of my flaws with it. And I'm excited to play Yooka-Replaylee whenever I get around to it. It's not as many Rare employees as you once thought. Well, the thing with Rare is that like back in their heyday, they had like 400 something employees. And they had several different studios within Rareware. Playtonic is like Steve Mails, David Wise, Grant Kirkhope, I think Mark Betteridge is with Playtonic, so it's not of course it's not everyone at Rareware because they were a big company that had a lot of people internally. But they did have a lot of directors and creative heads at Rareware that left to work at Playtonic. But like Chris Seaver, who worked on Killer Instinct and was the director of Conker's Bad Fur Day, he doesn't work for Playtonic. He got laid off by Microsoft, and to my understanding, as the story goes, he was given a bunch of money when he got laid off, so I think he's like retired. I hope that Chris Seaver and Chris Marlowe and Robin Beanland finish their damn Let's Play of Conker's Bad Fur Day. I don't know if y'all know this, but back in like 2011, 2012, Chris Seaver, the director of Conker's Bad Fur Day, and some of the other people that worked on it, like Chris Marlowe and Robin Beanland, who was the composer, they did a Let's Play of their own game. And they never finished it. They did like 15 parts. But Chris Seaver, if you're out there, if you're watching this, which you're not, but if you're watching this, you gotta finish that Let's Play, man. But I'm pretty sure he's retired. I don't think he works in the game industry, like, at all. But yeah, Playtonic, it's like Steve Mails, Steve Malpass, like maybe Mark Betteridge. I think George Andreas, but I could be wrong, but it's several original figureheads at Rare. But of course it's not everybody. They were a big company. I say were as if they're bankrupt. They're still around, but like it's not looking good for Microsoft. It's not looking good for Rare. They stopped on the Unga chapter. It's so, like, liberating. Maybe liberating isn't the right word, but it's so vindicating that years ago I streamed Conker's Bad Fur Day, and I had one person in chat who was like a super fanboy. And I was like, I love Conker's Bad Fur Day, but this game has some gameplay. Like this game is rough around the edges. And he was like, no, you're stupid. You just didn't play this game growing up, man. And it's very vindicating that Chris Seaver playing his own damn video game is like, what the fuck is this? Who fucking made this shit? It's really funny seeing Chris Seaver getting mad at his own game. I love Conker's Bad Fur Day, and it really swings for the fences with all sorts of game mechanics. You got like third-person shooter stuff, you got platforming, you got racing stuff, but a lot of Conker's Bad Fur Day is really frustrating. I still think it's a great game that you should play, but it can be a very frustrating game. It's very rough around the edges. Still worth playing, still a great game. One of the funniest video games ever made. It's an amazing game, but like it has its problems. It's not a flawless masterpiece. And there's this one really annoying guy in chat that was like, every time I criticized the game, he was just like, nah, you stupid. You didn't grow up with it, man. It's like, well, yeah, I didn't grow up with it. I was busy being 3 years old in the year 2001, but also like, you can criticize something without disliking it. A lot of people on the internet seem to think that if you criticize anything in any capacity, you're saying, oh, I hate this thing. I hate this, it's bad. But it's like, no, you can criticize something and still love it. Like, I'm very critical of my favorite video games. Get wrecked, you stupid Amazon box. You're shocked at having such an easy time with Conker right up until the final boss. Yeah, my buddy Brandon and I, a couple years back, we played through all of Conker together. And both of us struggled with throwing the Xenomorph out of the air duct. We both really struggled with that final boss. No, I think Conker's Bad Fur Day is genuinely one of the greatest and one of the most unique video games ever. It basically parodied every video game trope and the entire platformer genre. Like right at the turn of the millennium. It was a parody of everything that 90s video gaming was about. But Conquer can be frustrating. It's really rough around the edges. Did I get the Jinjo down there? I think so. We gotta go help Snorkel. A classic signifier of quality, playing something when you're an infant with no higher thought. It's always funny whenever, it doesn't happen often, but when somebody in my chat is like, nah man, you just didn't play this as a kid, you just didn't, like that's a metric for how good a game is. Like, oh, I'm blinded by my rose-tinted glasses. And this is coming from me of all people. I'm very nostalgic for a lot of video games, and that kind of clouds my judgment of them. But that's the most like 40-year-old Gen Xer millennial-ass response. Like, oh, this guy on the internet criticized this game I like, and I have no better way to articulate myself than to just say, nuh-uh. Nah, you're wrong. Don't worry, Snorkel, I'm coming. Another boring day in the life of a legend of the game design industry.
Wonder what's going on Twitch? What's this? Who's this Wyatt fellow?
That's not even remotely what Chris Seaver sounds like. That's just my generic British voice. Alright, y'all, what am I missing? We're missing 4 notes, so I'm thinking there's probably a compartment in on the ship that I missed. That's probably where we'll get the last Jinjo. That anchor should have disemboweled Snorkel. Snorkel is dead as shit, dude. Okay. I'm missing 1 Jinjo and 4 music notes. And 1 Jiggy. And I think it's probably on the ship. Well, no, the 1 Jiggy I'm missing I'm about to get. So I'm just missing 1 Jinjo and 4 music notes. It's gotta be somewhere on the ship. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, the last Jiggy I get with the last Jinjo. Oh god, please don't die. Get out of the BP oil spill! We're good. Alrighty. So it seems like I got everything surrounding the boat. So it's gotta be on the boat. There's probably a compartment on the ship that I missed. I got the Jinjo down there, right? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna get back up on the boat and see what I missed. When I was a kid, I couldn't 100% this level because I didn't realize you could break some of the windows. Which is another fair criticism to levy against Rusty Bucket Bay. Because some of the windows are breakable, some of them aren't, but the ones that are breakable are just barely different. Wait a minute. Did I go down that? I did go down that one. So it's probably one of these windows, right? Yes, here we go. Look, it's Barry from Conker's Bad Fur Day before she became a baddie bitch. The problem is there's no Jinjo in here. Okay, where is the last Jinjo? Which one am I missing? The yellow one. Get that Ekum Bokum. Maybe he's down here? He could be in the engine room, because I kind of breezed through the engine room. I wasn't really... I'm gonna check the engine room. He might be in there. That's the only place I can think. It's gotta be it. He's gotta be in the engine room. If only I had a Jinjo radar. Okay. We got everything else though. We're just missing this 1 Jinjo. I really hope I don't die. Oh man, it's gonna suck if I die in here. Maybe it's like the draw distance? Whoop! One day we should invent a time machine just to steal from another timeline the sequel to Conquer. It really... You can think about what could have been all day with Rareware. I do think the dissolution of the company would have happened over time anyway, but like... We would have gotten some cool-ass games during the GameCube era. If Rare had stuck around with Nintendo. We would have at least gotten Donkey Kong Racing, and that would have been gangster. Donkey Kong Racing would have been great. You know what I want? And I think it could reasonably happen if there was a Rare Giga Leak, or if the company filed for bankruptcy, and Tim Stamper could just like dump all of the beta ROMs onto the internet. I want to play Conker's Quest 64, like Conker's 12 Tales. Okay, I don't think the Jinjo's in here, confirmed. I really, like, that beta fascinates me. Because apparently it was really boring and dull, but from all the footage that we've seen of it, it looks like a fun platformer. But according to Chris Seaver himself, he's like, nah, it wasn't coming along. Like, it wasn't good, it wasn't fun. But based off of all the footage I've seen, it looks like a really fun little platformer. I'm thinking realistically, if the public does get their hands on that beta, it's because like Rareware files for Chapter 11 and they get dissolved, and then Tim Stamper's like, okay, I can release this to the public now. Where the hell is that yellow Jinjo? This is going to be the reason why the run ends up exceeding 5 hours, because I spend all of my time here looking for a yellow Jinjo. I don't hear anybody going, help! Ow. I got the Jinjo that was over there. Did I go down here? Yeah, this was the kitchen. Ah! That actually scared me! Holy shit! I'm just looking for a Jinjo. There's no Jinjo in here. But bro jump scared the shit out of me. No Jinjo in here. If I have to, I'll look it up, but I feel like I never struggle getting the Jinjos in this level. Like, I know where they're all at. I don't know why I'm forgetting where this one is. Little Jinjo fella. Alright, I'm just gonna look it up, because I don't remember. Rusty, Bucket, Bay, Yellow, Jinjo. No, I got this Jinjo! What the hell? No, I absolutely got this Jinjo. No, I got him, didn't I? Dude, I'm tweaking out. I swear I got this Jinjo. The one over there? Like, I got him. What the heck? You're going for a swim, Banjo. Starting to fear that games coming out in the future you're looking forward to might just not work on your PC. Yeah, you're gonna need to at least get a graphics card at some point, like an update. It seems like your motherboard is also the bottleneck in your computer. Hey, Code, thank you for the 33 months, dog. Hope you're having a nice Monday night. Welcome to Banjo. We got Click Clock Wood after this, and then Gruntilda. So this has been a pretty quick playthrough of the game. Except for this moment here where I swear I got this Jinjo, but I guess I must have been yapping and I wasn't paying attention. But this has been a pretty breezy playthrough, barring that Jinjo right there, and then Clanker's Cavern. I ended up missing a single music note, and I had to scour the level for it. We're about to do Click Clock Wood. We're almost done. Your GPU is screaming now constantly. See if it needs to be cleaned, because if it's dust in the fan, then that'll make some noise. See if you can, like, dust it. Yeah, good to see you, Ko. Thank you for tuning in. We're, yeah, this is definitely on pace to be my fastest playthrough of Banjo-Kazooie, even though it feels like I've, at times, like, screwed up completely here. And by screw up, I mean, like, I wasted time in Clanker's Cavern and Bubble Gloop Swamp. We lost to Mr. Vile a couple times, but we might be able to get sub 5 hours. Click Clock Wood is a really long level, though. That level alone takes like an hour. So if I can go beast mode on Click Clock Wood... Oh! We might be able to do sub 5 hours, because Grunty I can beat pretty quickly. The fight with Grunty, I know it well enough that I can beat it with little trouble, but the freaking Monopoly game, Grunty's Furnace Fun, always gives me trouble. But we'll see. I think at the very least we can get 5.5 hours. Maybe not sub 5 hours, but... Okay, I'm just gonna damage boost through these guys. I don't want to waste my Wonder Wing. I need my Wonder Wing! Oh, I kind of almost like Matrixed that shit. There's a weird quirk to Click Clock Wood. For some reason, the Jiggy pedestal to unlock it is all the way at the beginning of the game. And there's a fan theory that Click Clock Wood was going to be way earlier in the game, but then they moved it to the end. Probably because it's so damn long. But the Jiggy pedestal to unlock Click Clock Wood is near where Treasure Trove Cove is. But you gotta press a button to unlock it and then go all the way back to the beginning of Grunty's lair. Get that Mumbo token, even though I think we have more than enough for the final transformation. Grunty, what are you yapping about? Put a cork in it. So you hit this button, and it unlocks the Jiggy pedestal for Click Clock Wood. I always thought that was weird, but if the theory is true, you know, there's a reason for it. Gruesome Gruntilda's favorite pastime is bursting boils! This poor guy called Greasy Grant, yo, like Grant Kirkhope? Yo, don't throw strays at Greasy Grant. When she was younger, Grunty used to have a mad vulture as a pet. That sounds pretty cool to me. That sounds pretty gangster. Gruntilda is such a hater. So we can go in the cauldron and that will teleport us back to the beginning. Fast travel, baby. Yeah, this guy right here. Freaking humongous entertainment shiny sound effect. You'd love it. Give me that. Give me that Wonder Wing. I'm glad I remembered to unlock that warp, because having to huff it all the way through, back to the beginning, all the way through Grunty's lair, it's a little time consuming. Speedrun, speedrun, speedrun. Let's go, let's go, let's go. World record pace, baby! Outside of the Grunty's Furnace Fun exploit, I don't know anything about Banjo-Kazooie speedrunning. I wonder what the 100%... Like, what is the 100% speedrun of this game? Because I don't think Banjo-Kazooie has a ton of exploits and glitches. I think you just optimize and play the game well. I could be wrong about that. Ugly Grunty's nickname was Hog Breath. I think it's Hog Breath. I skipped it accidentally. I also know that Sweaty Gorilla Feet is her favorite smell. And the old hag's favorite color is ghastly gray. Yeah, Brentilda, maybe if you weren't such a hater, Grunty would have, you know, maybe if Grunty was shown some love and some affection in her youth, she wouldn't have turned out the way she is. Maybe if you went to her concert, Grunty and the Broomstick Boys, maybe if you went to see them play. Joke's on Brentilda though, because she got written out of the series. Same thing with Tootie. She would never be seen again. Poor family life, yeah. I'm going the wrong way. That's not the right way. This is the right way. Yeah, this has got to be the best hub world in any platformer. It's funny, Brentilda was considered a rubbish character. Yeah, Brentilda and Tootie, they were arrested by the rubbish video game police. That's the canon explanation. Alright, Click Clock Wood. It has never taken me anything shorter than an hour to beat this level. This level is long, and I kind of don't like it, but again, the aesthetic and the vibe of Click Clock Wood it's the best thing in any platformer I've ever played. This is just the most warm and cozy level in any video game I've ever played. It kind of makes up for the fact that playing it is kind of exhausting. It's weird how Tootie was written out of the series. Yeah, she's definitely more important than Brentilda. She's kind of the whole, like, impetus for us going on this adventure. They didn't want to be compared to Crash or something. Yeah, Coco is way better than Tootie, though. I'm definitely more of a Crash Bandicoot guy than a Spyro guy. I like Spyro, but I've never been super passionate about those games. Also, this animation only plays for that enemy on this level. Even though there are a bunch of enemies that, like, jump out of a burrow. Also, this music bumps. That's another thing Click Clock Wood has going for it. So you turn into a bee during the springtime, but I'll save that for the end of the level, because again, we need to go back out into Grunty's lair as a bumblebee to get the final Jiggy. The one thing I don't like about Crash is I'm kind of stubborn. I like to 100% games, like most of the time. There are exceptions. Banjo-Tooie, I think I 100%ed it once, and it was not fun. Banjo-Tooie is a fun game if you go for any percent, but for the most part, I like to 100% games. The Crash games are so hard to get all the relics and all the diamonds. It is so hard and so frustrating, in my opinion, and that kind of makes me resent the Crash Bandicoot games, because I'm bad at them, but also, like, I never 100% them because they're so damn hard. I literally saw a Wonder Wing in the distance, and I was like, Wonder Wing. His name is Roderick? What, the little bird guy? Yeah, I get like a Roderick vibe from him. That checks out. They had Kazooie as the girl character. Yeah, Kazooie was also made more effeminate in Nuts and Bolts when they gave her, like, the eyeliner. It's weird. Nuts and Bolts is like 50-50. I like this character's redesign, but I hate this character's redesign. And I really don't like how Banjo and Kazooie look in Nuts and Bolts. Bottles is fine. Mumbo looks great. I love Mumbo's incarnation in Nuts and Bolts. Humbo looks good and Grunty looks good, but like everybody else looks bad. I think Mumbo and Humbo Wumbo look great. The one that gets the cutscene. Holy shit. My computer just like exploded. Is the stream still up? It like blue screened and glitched out and started bugging out. What the hell was that? I don't even know if the stream is still up. Are we alive? Are we good? There was a stutter, but we're good. Dude, my computer, like, the monitor popped and it flashed blue and it came back. I thought we died. You know what? Maybe this is like a memory leak thing. I'm gonna relaunch the game just in case. All right, we're still alive. We're still good. Also, we can watch the game over. We haven't done that yet, so we'll watch the game over, and I'll relaunch the game in case that was like a memory leak thing or something. Doing that again. It keeps like flipping out on me. Hubba wubba. If I played this game as a kid, this game over would have scared the shit out of me. Even though it's really funny that Mumbo switches up instantly the moment that Gruntilda turns into Victoria Beckham. She turns into Posh Spice from Spice Girls. Alright, let me relaunch the game. Hopefully nothing gets corrupted. Hopefully I don't lose my save file or anything. I'm gonna relaunch the game because it kept like hiccuping there, and I think it might have been a memory leak thing. Hopefully we're good and my computer doesn't explode. But again, my computer's been on the fritz the past couple days ever since I updated it. A Windows update that ruined everything. Ignore that. That's my real N64 user interface. Okay. Hopefully everything's good. Hopefully my computer doesn't explode. The stream has been going off without a hitch though, so it was inevitable that we get some sort of technical difficulty. Alright, still got my save file, we're still good. If it starts hiccuping again, I'll end the stream and come back and like I'll reset my computer, but hopefully we're good. I just think maybe that was like a memory leak thing because we've been playing this for 4 hours straight. Alright. That's gonna throw a monkey wrench into the world record speed run, into the pace. You know, we lost some progress there, but we'll make up for it. World record. Can you believe that when I started this tradition, like 6 years ago, the first Banjo-Kazooie stream took me 9 hours? No joke, the very first time I did this back in 2020, it took me 9 hours. And here we are at 4 hours and we're almost done with the game. Yeah, pretty bonkers. I think at some point I'll get into speedrunning this game, and maybe one of these days, like maybe next year, we'll do a proper speedrun of this game. I just need to learn the tech. I gotta learn like the strats and the exploits and stuff. You know what would be really crazy? 100% Banjo-Tooie in one stream. That would be so unfun. That would be the polar inverse opposite of this. This is fun. This is one of my favorite streams I do every year. Dude. Imagine 100%ing Banjo-Tooie in one sitting. It would be hell. I would rather do DK64. Honestly, that would also be a nightmare, but I would rather 100% DK64 in one sitting than Banjo-Tooie. At least I know I can do it. I don't even remember if I 100%ed Tooie in the first place. I want to say that I did, because I remember being exhausted at the end of a certain playthrough of Banjo-Tooie, but I genuinely don't even remember if I did 100% it. I'm pretty sure I did though, because it's like there's only like 90 jiggies or something in Tooie. There's not even 100. I think I got everything. I might not have gotten all the Cheeto pages. But I don't remember. Are the Cheeto pages necessary to 100% Tooie? They're not in this game. They're just a secret in this game. But I think they might be for Tooie. Yeah, I would sooner 100% DK64 in one stream than Banjo-Tooie. That'll be like a charity stream. If I ever do a charity fundraiser stream, they'll be like, watch me 100% DK64 in one 24-hour sitting. I think I could do it in 24 hours. If I didn't take any breaks or anything. I know DK64 like the back of my hand. Look, it's Conker. I mean, Nabnut.
Nabnut likes acorns.
Alright, there's nothing else in here. Bro's just sticking his dick in a pile of acorns. Alright. The thing about Click Clock Wood that makes it really exhausting is if you forget, like if you miss a note or you miss a Jinjo, it is hell backtracking through this level to try and find what you missed. I think by the end of the first season, you're supposed to have like 36 notes or 26 notes. No, it's 20 because there's 16 notes in each season except for Autumn, and then there's 4 notes. Yeah, we got all the notes already. There's 4 notes in the lobby, and then each season has 16 notes except Autumn, which has like 40. Like 42 or 46 or something. Yeah, that's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna shoot for 5.5 hours. It's going to take me at least an hour to finish this level. Oh my god. Holy moly. Easy now, Banjo. Easy now. Okay, we're good. The Wonder Wing animation is very funny when you're standing still or you're jumping, like straight forward. It's like the lack of animation. Okay. Got the Jiggy. We don't need to come back up here at all. We got Eerie the bird. We got 20 music notes. I know that there's a Jinjo in the beehive and there's a Jiggy at the top of this spring area, but I'm gonna come back as the Bumblebee. We're gonna do that all last. Okay. And then we did that. So I think we're good. We're done with spring. Sort of. I gotta come back as a Bumblebee, but I'll remember to do that. I won't forget. Yo, that's a naughty from Donkey Kong Country, by the way. It's literally a Donkey Kong Country character. There's a very devious placement of a Jinjo during the summer season. For those of you who haven't seen me stream this game a million times, look at this. So you got this tall grass because it's the summertime, right? It's nice and hot. And everything's in bloom. Dude, they put a Jinjo all the way in the corner over here. And it's the yellow Jinjo too, so he's like obscured by the wheatgrass. That's so devious. Naughty, pronounced Gnaughty. Did I ever tell y'all, because of the misadventures of Flapjack, I pronounced Knuckles as Knuckles for many years by many years, I mean like in 5th grade. But I thought the K in front of Knuckles, I was like, oh yeah, Knuckles. Because of freaking Flapjack. Original character, do not steal. There's an apostrophe. It was like a mind-blowing moment when I learned that the K in Knuckles was silent. I was like, why is the Sonic character pronounced Knuckles? What's going on? It was very confusing. Also, I like how in the summertime, the song is arranged in a waltz. It's like 3/4 time. The different remixes, the different arrangements for each season is so splendid. This game really does have an amazing soundtrack. Like when Joel says, Knuckles, Scorpion. Poor Gobi. He can't catch a break. This poor guy. I'll see you, Gobi. Ow! I think the autumn button is down here? Yeah. Death from above. The soundtrack is one of those soundtracks where whenever I play it, the music elevates the experience heavily, but I wouldn't play the soundtrack like in the car, you know? There are two types of video game soundtracks. Those that just are memorable in and of itself and enhance the gameplay experience, but like I wouldn't listen to it outside of the context of a video game. And then there's soundtracks like Ridge Racer or Gran Turismo or Street Fighter Third Strike, where like, yeah, I'm blasting that in the car. You throw on the Ridge Racer Type 4 soundtrack and you're in the car with me. Hold on for dear life. It's gonna get crazy. I think after this level, I'm gonna stand up and stretch. Because I'm shrimping a little bit. I got that shrimp posture going. I need to, like, crack my back. I'm gonna check the Mumbo Hut, even though I don't think there's anything. There might be notes in there. Or feathers. Too hot for the magic. So true, Mumbo. What weighs more? A kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers? That's right, the kilogram of steel. The steel is heavier than feathers. I don't like the way the vines and like the trees undulate. I don't like that. Yeah, I said undulate. I'm loquacious. I'm erudite. Okay. Can I get up there from here? Surely you jest. This goddamn tree stresses me out. Okay. I'm gonna double check over there, because I think there might be some in the beehive. Yeah. Glad I remembered to do that. Again, you don't want to miss anything in Click Clock Wood. It is, you got to be fastidious.
The honey bear, he's after Grunty's golden honey piece.
It's called a jiggy, stupid. Okay, I'm kind of getting my ass whooped here. I don't want to waste my Wonder Wings because I need them. Okay. And nothing else up here? No? Okie dokie. I think I've told this before, but when I was a kid and I watched like Winnie the Pooh, the way Honey was drawn and animated, I was very disappointed when I had Honey for real for the first time. Because I always thought Honey would have like a salty flavor to it, maybe. Like watching Winnie the Pooh. Honey was not what I thought it was gonna taste like when I actually had Honey as a kid for the first time. I was like, what the fuck? This is Honey? Barry B. Benson defeated. Seinfeld has been bested in battle. I keep going on about this, but I can't believe they're taking Seinfeld off Netflix. They're gonna put that shit on like Peacock or something, and you gotta be smoking something if you think that I'm paying for Peacock. If I miss this jump, I'm dead. All right. Oh, but I missed that jump. Fuck. I need to get my health up. Gimme. Leave me alone! I'm allergic to bees! Alright, we gotta scale the tree again. They delayed Ratatan to October? Well, I thought it was out. Wasn't that the game that you were streaming? Is it not out? Or was that just a demo that you streamed? I thought that was the whole game. Early access. Oh! How different is the final game gonna be? Like, what all is it gonna have? That's the thing with early access games. Sometimes they come out and then it's like, it's no different than what it was in early access. This jump is so twisted. Hope a lot of quality of life in the rest of the levels in the story. I never played Patapon. Ratatan and Patapon interest me though. Maybe I'll get smart on those games someday. I like when the little dude goes zun taka tun. They hit that shit, and I'm like, you splendid little guy. Yo, let's visit Nabnut. You stupid little shit. You ate all your acorns. Now I'm gonna starve. All right, I'm leaving.
On Free Balloon Day! Nothing's gonna stop me! Not even educational television!
You've been mainlining Patapon 3? Isn't Patapon 3 the Twisted Dark Evil pack? Where they made, like, the little Patapon fellas edgy? It's been years, but I'm still upset that Project Rap Rabbit got canceled. It was being developed by Nana On Shah and INIS. And if those names don't sound familiar to you, Parappa the Rappa devs and Gitaru Man devs. But it got canceled. 36. I think we got everything in the summer, lads. Move on to autumn. That's gonna be reckless of me, but no, I'm not even gonna risk it. I really don't want to. Oh! It's the edgy medieval fantasy style. I also want to play Little King Story. I watched Mick stream it recently, and I know Fernie loves Little King Story, but I never played it myself. That final boss looked like a nightmare, though. That was like a ridiculously... That was some Final Fantasy X shit. It looked so long and drawn out. This gluttonous little freak asking for 10 caterpillars.
Tell Yoshi bedtime story.
Why did I say that? Oh, because Yoshi goes like,
Caterpillar.
Okay, so this season has like 44 music notes in it, where the other seasons only have 16. You want to play Okage Shadow King? That sounds familiar. I don't know if I know what that is, but it sounds familiar. Yo, y'all ever play Odama? The pinball game for the GameCube? Mumbo busy, sweep many leaves. That was one of my favorite things as a kid during the autumn season, was to rake leaves and make a big leaf pile and then jump into it. I think perhaps I should do that as an adult sometime, maybe. Rake a big pile of leaves. This is such a pretty level. Oh my god. Sorry, Gobi. Right, that's it. I'm off to the lava world. And he would go off to the lava world in Banjo-Tooie. Vaguely looks like Gitaru Man, and it has the guy that's Snatcher from Hat in Time. So like an amorphous shape? Triangle shape. No. Trapezoid. No. Amorphous shapes. Line segments. My no is final. I can go into Naughty's house now, right? Yeah. I wish 326 did more video games. He's the artist behind Gitaru Man, and that's probably my favorite thing about the game is the character designs and the art direction. I love 326's art style so much. I know in Japan he does like a lot of like promotional art and concept art and like kids books and stuff. But outside of Gitaru Man, I don't know if he's done any video games. But I love his art style so much. Yo, 4 hours, 20 minutes? I was expecting to look down at the time and it be like almost 5 hours. Y'all, we got this. We freaking got this. I hear a worm. They call me Dr. Worm. Good morning, how are you? I don't know if there's anything in here during the autumn. Yeah, they bounced. Just a couple of music notes and some caterpillar.
Caterpillar!
I love the amount of spooky theremin on this game's soundtrack. It's so good. I'll come back for the Jiggy on top of the flower when I descend the tree, so that way I don't have to scale it again. I hear the squeakler. I don't think so, Buster. Aw, Nabnut. Aw. You ate all of your acorns. This part, I swear, I always like... I always fall off this damn tree. Ah! Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall! Have you heard about how bees can get sloshed on fermented nectar? I have not heard that, but that sounds about right. Lost in the sauce. Have you guys ever had spicy honey? That stuff is good, especially in rice or like noodles. If you're making like ramen or lo mein, like drizzle some spicy honey with red pepper flakes in it. That stuff is good. Like you can elevate homemade ramen, even if it's just Nissin or Maruchan, you can elevate it by putting a fried egg in it or a boiled egg and some of that spicy honey. Oh, it's so good. It's a little expensive, but it's worth it. So good in rice or in ramen noodles. They stumble around really funny. Bees are just like funny little creatures. Not yellow jackets and wasps. Those guys are assholes. They're not even bees. They're bastards. But like bumblebees? Bumblebees are funny little creatures. They sting you and then their ass breaks off and then they die. Alright, Nabmutt. Nabmutt. Give me the jiggy. Okay. Then we go to Erie and then get the jiggy on the flower and we're done with Autumn. I'm not trying to jinx myself, but this is like the fastest I've ever done Click Clock Wood. This has been such a mixed bag stream. Like, the stream's been fun, like, but this has been a mixture of me stumbling and like missing a Jinjo in Rusty Bucket Bay, or missing a music note in Clanker's Cavern, or me just going beast mode on Freeze Easy Peak. And beating it in like 20 minutes, which for me is fast. I don't know how fast speedrunners beat this, but... that is not how growing up works. You don't just eat a couple of noodles and then you turn big. Crazy little guy. Greetings from Apple World! Okay. I don't need to go up there. Ooh, it's a pretty skybox. I love sunset skyboxes in video games. Like, the true ending of DK64. When they're riding on the jet ski. In the sunset. It's so good. Is that a Jinjo? Is that important? I think it's just a Mumbo token. Yeah. Okay. Check this out. 360 gainer off of the honey bee, the beehive. Wrong button. Then do a split dive onto the flower. Up! I'm good. SpongeBob definitely heard that worm talk and still fed him to the clam. It was messed up. Like, actually messed up. Greetings from Apple World! What's he say when he's about to be fed to the clam? He's like, "We'll avenge you!" or something like that.
Nothing will stop me from hanging onto this boat. Not even cheese graters.
All right, we got to do the winter time and then come back in the spring, and then we're done with Click Clock Wood. Let's freaking go. Let's do it. And unless I missed something, which I'm pretty sure I didn't, this will be like, what, 40 minute long 40 minutes of Click Clock Wood. I'm starting to lose brain power. I'm running on fumes here, but this is definitely, like, I'm definitely in better spirits than when I did this shit 6 years ago and I was 8 hours in and it was 3 in the morning. I thought there was a Jinjo up here. Okay, well, I just wasted those feathers. I'm gonna need them. We will bury you! Yeah, that's what he says. Freaking bad Mr. Frosty from Clay Fighter 33 1/3 over here. Okay, dickhead. They gotta bring Clay Fighter and Primal Rage back. Those are 2 fighting games. It's like, in an age where all we get is anime fighting games. Like, oh, anime fighting game of the month. Melty Blood, Under Night, freaking Arxis, Guilty Gear. Like, bring back Primal Rage. I want to play a fighting game where I get to play as dinosaurs. Better yet, bring back Dino Rex. Best game. Dino Rex fascinates me more than any video game, I think. Cool, I don't usually get visitors in the winter. I need that. I think the other honeycomb is also here in the winter. In your dreams, yeah. A new Primal Rage would be sweet though. Like genuinely every fighting game looks the same now, and it's all either realistic like Street Fighter 6, Mortal Kombat, right? Or it's anime fighting game. Dude, imagine if they brought back Dino Rex and they keep the like Ray Harryhausen aesthetic. Or Primal Rage or Dino Rex, either or, I'm down. Primal Rage was probably the better game, let's be real, but... The thing about Primal Rage that was funky was that to do like a Hadouken, to do a fireball, you had to do it negative edge, where you hold the button down first and then do the motion and let go. Which always, I don't know, it felt a little finicky, but I think it was designed for kids in mind, for like button mashers, because it was easier to pull off a special move accidentally by doing it that way. Oh, the beak bomb is so clunky in this game. Nailed it. Target acquired. Who said that? Where the hell is Nabnut's house? Oh, it's right here. Okay. This is another tricky beak bomb that you have to do. This is where the other honeycomb is. Even though I'm pretty sure this is glitched and you don't actually get a health increase from the last couple of honeycombs. Maybe that was only in the Xbox 360 version, but let me show you. So you get the final honeycomb, right? Wherever it is. It's up there. Look at this. You don't actually get an additional pip of health. It's glitched. They didn't fix it in the 360 version either. What a ripoff. Aww. He's got a little girlfriend. What if you woke up and you're just staring down Banjo's snoot? Like you open your eyes and Banjo's just staring you down and he's going... That'd be pretty scary. If this guy hits me with the snowball, I'm going to flip out. It's me, Banjo. There we go. Scared. Whoa, what's the problem? Y'all don't like Banjo? Y'all wouldn't want to wake up to Banjo's beautiful snoot? Scared for one. Two, well, I shan't say. Oh god, oh god, oh god! That was close. Okay. I'm doing this in such a, like, a backwards ass way to go about collecting. Like, I need to do this linearly so I don't forget anything. Like, I'm sure I've already forgotten something. But you give me a flight pad and I'm gonna take shortcuts, baby. And then I'm gonna end up missing a music note. I guarantee it. Oh, dude, the honeycomb, dude. Fuck. What happened here? Okay. We gotta get the witch switch, get the Jiggy from Irie, and then we're done with winter. I have 25 minutes to beat this game. Under 5 hours. The furnace fun is the biggest hurdle ahead of me, because again, the final fight with Grunty, it's hard at first, but once you do it and you know how her fight goes, it's actually pretty easy. Which I know that's a silly thing to say, like, oh yeah, once you know how to do the thing, once you get good at it, it's not hard, but like, the Grunty fight is not, it's not that bad, right? But the board game always throws me off. Oh, I don't even need to kill him, I can just jump down here? Oh, good one, Wyatt! That was a good jump, dude! I'm gonna kill him anyway, just because I'm angry now. Yeah, see you in hell. See you in Clay Fighter 63 and a third. Alright. Let's take the flight pad to the top. Come on, Banjos! Get loose! I hope I have enough feathers. Ba, 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 ba. Butterfly in the sky, I can fly twice as high. Bro just shitted that Jiggy out. You don't want to touch that. Oh, I could have skipped the animation if I stayed in flight. That would have been like a speed run maneuver. Kazooie, don't eat that. Oh, there's a couple notes up here. I'm glad I came up here. If I end up missing anything, it's got to be in the winter season, because I'm doing this like all willy-nilly, like collecting the stuff. Oh, I'm missing 4 notes, but they might be in spring. They might be in the beehive. I'm going to climb down this tree instead of... Like, I might have missed something, though. I'm going to check the bottom of this tree. Actually, wait, there's also... I didn't check this up here. Double check this, make sure there's no notes up here. They could be in the spring. Nothing up here. Okay. God, we're gonna have a Clanker's Cavern 2.0, and I'm gonna be missing, like, these 5 notes. There they are. I'm glad I came over here. All right. We must become Bumblebee, and then everything will be Gucci. Bum 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 bum. "20 minutes on the clock." No, this is not going to be sub 5 hours. Because you know why? Because the board game's going to take me at least 15 minutes. Guarantee it. There's no way I'm beating Gruntilda in 5 minutes. Actually, you probably could. That fight isn't that long.
Somebody move this boulder! Ah! Fuck!
What if he said the F word? He just said fuck. What would be the implications of that? Like, what would happen?
What would be the implications if you gave this game to, say, 2 intelligent people? Like, what would that do? Think of the implications. What would that do?
That is the funniest cutscene in Conker's Bad Fur Day.
What if you gave this game to, say, 2 intelligent people? I mean, what would that do?
Become Bumblebee. He's so happy! I mean, this might be the best magic, because we can fly. So it is pretty damn cool, Mumbo. The other line from Conker's Bad Fur Day that is really funny to me, but I don't think anybody else finds it as funny as I do, but when he's talking to the gargoyle at the beginning of the game, and the gargoyle's like, have you ever set your ass down on a piece of Gothic architecture for 5,000 years? Gets really up your ass, you know. And he's like, isn't it a little bit early in the morning to talk about Gothic architecture? Also, I forgot a Jinjo in the wintertime. The scene it replaces was fucked too. Yeah, so that cutscene plays during the It's War chapter with the teddies. The original cutscene was like the teddies experimenting on a prisoner of war while he was alive, and it was really messed up. And Nintendo was like, you guys, you can't do that. Like, you gotta replace this. They're like, you gotta cut this cutscene. So they replaced it with the 2 teddies, like, breaking the 4th wall. I'm kind of glad that they did, because it's a really funny scene.
Oh, it's that bloody squirrel! Quick, get into character!
Alright, we gotta go back into the winter, because there's a Jinjo that I forgot to get. I think he's at the top of the damn tree as well, which is the funny thing. I was like, I don't need to go up there. He's either on the top of the tree or he's on the top of Mumbo's hut. But I forgot the blue boy. No, it's not celebration time. I forgot a Jinjo. We gotta go back. If it's at the top of the... Well, actually, I don't think I can take the B to the other seasons. It's gonna say no, right? Can I? Can I do? I didn't know you could do this. Oh, no, see, yeah, there you go. But don't worry, I can fly. The speed run is ruined. I think it's on the top of Mumbo's skull and I just missed it. See, I wouldn't have forgotten any of these notes or Jinjos or anything if I just had my cup of coffee. All I had was a half-drank, cold, room temperature cup of coffee. Actually, this works out though, because I can beat bomb. And this is faster this way. Yep, there he is. Yeah, it was the draw distance. He didn't render in. I forgot to grab him. Oh no! It doesn't save my Jinjos! I forgot! Yeah, this run is... Okay, well, with that being said, we're gonna take a BRB then. This is a good time to take a BRB so I can stretch and get my, my Diet Dr. Kelp. And get some BRB music up, and then we'll finish up Banjo. I totally forgot about the Jinjos. Oh well, we'll be right back. This is how I feel knowing that I'm going to have to get all the Jinjos again. I'm such a fool. I completely forgot that it doesn't save your Jinjos if you exit the level. Oh well. Let's speedrun it. Next year, hear me out, next year, we'll get the sub 5-hour run. Alright, we just gotta get the Jinjos and then we can finish up this game. I still got 15 minutes for sub 5 hours. No, I'm serious. I think I might get into Banjo speedrunning and see like what the tech is, the exploits and such. And yeah, we'll see if we can do some freaky, demented speedrunning stuff for next summer. But this has been a really fun playthrough. This has been a great stream. You know, you would think that I'd be tired of doing this every year, but it's one of my favorite streams that I look forward to. My favorite month of streaming is October, for sure. But that's just because I love, you know, playing horror games, and October is probably my favorite month out of the year, even though summer is my favorite season. Halloween is easily my favorite holiday. I gotta play Luigi's Mansion this year on stream. I haven't done it the past 2 years. He looks so happy. Alligator Banjo is probably my favorite transformation, but Bumblebee Banjo is up there. He's just such, he looks so jolly. Yeah, Halloween was great growing up, going trick-or-treating. Conversely, I like it more as an adult now, because I love horror. And I love horror movies and horror games. But as a kid, I was scared of everything. But I think because I was such a scaredy cat when I was a kid, that fostered my love for horror as an adult. I went trick-or-treating quite a few times. But when I moved from Maryland to where I currently live, it was like going from living in a populated, like, not in the city, but it was a populated suburban area, to living in the middle of nowhere. So I didn't go trick-or-treating much as a teenager. But now as an adult, I love the autumn season. I love Halloween and you know, when you keep it just that 1 month in October, that 1 month of spooky, scary stuff, it's much more special. Part of me wants to play horror games and do like Halloween spooky stuff all year long. But the thing is, if you keep it to just the month of October and maybe September, you can bleed it over into September a little bit, but it's more special if it's just that 1 month out of the year. The one exception for me is Resident Evil 4. I can play that any time of the year. I already streamed RE4 back in March, just because I really wanted to replay it. Freaking love Resident Evil 4. It's my favorite game ever. If only you live somewhere where it's more common. Well, as an adult, even though it's, you know, kind of weird to go trick-or-treating as an adult, you can still enjoy the spooky Halloween season. I guess in South America where you live, it's not, the season isn't as, like, it's not cold. Because in America during October and November, it starts getting cold, the leaves turn orange. And you can really feel it in the air. It's like the perfect time for spookiness. So I guess you don't have that going for you down in Brazil. But you can still celebrate. And the last Jinjo was in autumn, right? Oh, now I'm starting to... I'm gonna look it up real quick because I already forgot. Yep. Autumn. It's during spring. Yeah, that is one thing that geographically you can't experience where you currently live. But let me tell you, it's nice up here in North America, at least where I live. Like, not everywhere in North America, because if you're out in like Nevada, it's just desert and it's hot all the time. But down here in the Southeast, October, it starts to get cold, but not like winter cold. You can feel it in the air and it's really nice. But as a kid, I went trick-or-treating quite a bit, but I was a scaredy cat. I was scared of everything. But that kind of fostered my love for horror and being scared as an adult. But Resident Evil 4 is the one exception. That is a yearly game. I can play that any time of the year. Any time of the year. Same thing with Splatterhouse, but I do try to save Splatterhouse for October, but that's also another game. It's just like I can play it any time of the year. All right, y'all. Let's beat this game. Funny how Click Clock Wood turned from like, oh, I'm kind of doing this kind of fast, and then I just did the stupidest thing ever. Forgot a Jinjo, left, and then had to collect them all over again. That's on me. I forgot that it doesn't save your Jinjos. But I guess it does save your notes, because the notes didn't respawn. So I wonder why it doesn't save your Jinjos as well. There's probably a setting for that deep within the recomp settings. All right, let's go whoop Grunty's ass. And but by that, I mean, let's play a board game. I do like the board game, but I always fumble with it. Like, I always struggle with it, rather. Let's do it. Here we go. Yeah, this is the recomp. I just have the settings set to where it's like old school, like 4:3, the original resolution. So this is what it looks like without the, let me turn the bilinear filtering off. There you go. Buttery smooth. It's so nice. Like, this is the preferred way to play it, but I figured for this stream, we would keep it like OG. Yeah.
My lair is done, and here he stands through all my tricks and traps and lands.
Yeah, Grunty, bars. We know you have like thousands of annotations on Rap Genius. Let's move on with it. Yeah, another thing the recomp doesn't have, much like the 360 remaster, you can't quickly like skip the dialogue. All right, we're gonna go back to the old like 64 visuals. There we go. I love the buttery smooth frame rate and the 16:9, but for this stream, I was like, let's try to emulate the 64 visuals. Okay, actually, this looks like pretty good RNG. There's a lot of blank spaces and Banjo cards. Treasure trove within this game. What is the leaking bucket's name? His name is Leaky. Mr. Sieve? So if you haven't played Banjo-Kazooie or you're unfamiliar with this game or whatever, that's Mumbo's Mountain. You have to play a board game that quizzes you on your knowledge of the game at the end, which is really fun, and it's really unique and novel, but upon replaying this game, it does get a bit tiresome. It's cool. How many feathers were on top? 3. But yeah, with every subsequent playthrough of this game, I'm like, okay. Listen carefully to this tune. Which world's it from, you furry goon? Pause. Mumbo's Mountain, baby! Mad Mumbo's Mansion? That sounds badass. Get that banjo card. Treasure trove, you need quick legs. Which one of my nasties ate your eggs? Lock up the treasure chest. I think, right? Wait, what? I thought you were talking about the treasure. What the? What? Oh no, I can't get the banjo card now. Damn it. But the treasure chest had eggs in it. See the picture on my screen? Do you know where you have been? What the? What? That could be anywhere. Where is this? What? I think that's literally inside of one of the honeycomb enemies. I'm gonna say Rusty Bucket Bay. Okay, that literally was like the inside of an enemy. The charmer helps you on your way in his pyramid. What did you pay? Some blue eggs. His top. The name of your game you must spell backwards, though. Be quick as well. Okay. Where's the E? E. I. O. E-I-E-I-O. There's a System of a Down song about that. Where the fuck is Z? There it is. Nope. Wrong button. Oh, I'm gonna mess this up. Oh, I'm actually gonna mess this up. This is what I mean by grunty furnace fun is hard. I always struggle with these minigames. J. Oh no, the N. I can't spell. Oh, bother. What am I to do? Shit. I hate these minigames, man. No! Oh, wait, I got the turbo trainers. Mr. Vile's bitch made when you have the turbo trainers. Kinda surprised that they let you use the turbo trainers at the end here. This makes this minigame so much easier. Get wrecked, Mr. Vile. Okay.
I really wish I was thinner. What does Grunty like for dinner?
Maggot pie. Yucky. The instant death ones scare the shit out of me. Can I avoid that? Like if I go the other way, do I have to? Yeah. All right. May as well. You can skip these with the Joker card, but I don't have any. Make your choice. Which character? Oh, I got this. That's Tootie. Banjo the stupid fat bear. If I go all the way around, I don't have to play another death game. Nah, fuck it. We'll just do it. What do I hide under my dress? A massive reinforced girdle.
See the picture on my screen? Do you know where you have been?
That is Clanker's Cavern. No. Yes. Yes. Please don't give me a hard one. That's Treasure Trove Cove. I think. Or it's Grunty's Lair, but I'm pretty sure that's Treasure Trove Cove. Gobi's Valley. Gobi's Peak. Well, it would be Peak if it were the best level in the game, but in my opinion, it's just kind of aight. Oh, freaking Tip Top.
Hey, it's Tip Top.
Yellow. Blue. Blue. Purple. Blue. Yellow. Blue. Yellow. Blue. Oh, fuck. Blue. Blue. Purple. Blue. Yellow. Blue. Can I please get another Banjo Joker card? Gobi Slop! Answering cellar barrels around, what on the front of them was... It's like 1888. 1881, yeah. I think somebody's cooking a pizza downstairs. I smell pizza. See the picture on my screen? Do you know where you have been? It's Rusty Bucket Bay. Has to be. Yeah, I think somebody's making a pizza, a frozen pizza maybe. What award did you always win? The biggest butt award. Squidward. Cannot lie, tell the truth, what's hanging from my bedroom roof? Your dirty undies. Give me that. Oh, there's 2 death cards that... Oh, great. Watch me get to the very end and then I die. That's Mumbo Jumbo, Ekum Bokum. Literally, I'm gonna make it to the very end, then I'm gonna get killed by an instant death card. Do I have Wonder Wings? If I have Wonder Wings, this shouldn't be a problem. Also, I forgot to turn the composite blur back on. The true authentic filter. There we go. Missing a letter, guess what? I don't know. I don't think there's an X. Fuck. Banjo sets off his alarm clock. Okay, please. Don't kill me. The frog's name in Bubble Gloop Swamp. His name is Flibbit. The Flibbits. Think I wouldn't know the name of my day one homie, Flibbit the frog. Do you know and can you tell what on earth's my favorite smell? Gorilla feet. Is there a Joker card that I can get? Because I would rather go out... Nope, I don't think there is. If I can get a Joker card without playing a death game, I would rather play like 5 more... Okay, I can get one. I'm not even taking a chance. That's Bubble Gloop Swamp, baby. Bubblegum Mountain. Treasure Trove Cove. Well, technically it was music notes. Technically, the first thing you find in Treasure Trove Cove is 4 music notes, but okay, Grunty. I know this game better than you do, it seems. Bubble Gloop Swamp! Your amazing party trick. Oh, I don't remember. I don't think we talked to Brent. Oh, we forgot to talk to Brentilda in Bubble Gloop Swamp. Scary striptease. Fuck. Grunty's favorite drink? Cold worm juice. If I lose the... please. See the picture on my screen? Do you know where you have been? Oh, that's a cool shot of Mumbo's Mountain. It's like Google Maps view. Thank you. I will gladly take that. No complaints on my back. I had 2? When did I get another one? Yeah, skip that shit. Unless the Joker space gives you 2 cards. I thought it only gave you 1.
No one can win, I was assured by the makers of this board. I'm going to sue Milton Bradley.
Guys, if I didn't biff it in freaking Click Clock Wood, we definitely would have had sub 5 hours. Because it'll take me about 7 or so minutes to beat Grunty. Who the hell made this board? It wasn't Grunty. Maybe it was Hasbro. That was probably Klungo. Interestingly enough, I never noticed this until someone pointed it out to me. Klungo is barely in this game. He's in the game over. He's in the credits at the end of the game when he's pushing the boulder. And he's in the scene at the beginning where Grunty is in the machine. But other than that, Klungo isn't really a main character in this game. He got much more screen time in Banjo-Tooie. Now, thankfully, unlike the 360 remaster, the credits in this game don't go on for an hour. She forced Banjo's sister to make the board. I like that theory, Azura. Tootie was forced to make the board. Yeah, I hope Banjo-Tooie gets a recomp or Rare Replay. Dude, I would love for Rare Replay to get a port to Steam. An official port by Rareware. Like, I would buy that in a heartbeat. Even if it was full priced. If it was like 60 bucks, I would still buy it full price. Especially if they include Killer Instinct 1 on it. Like, that's the one thing missing from Rare Replay is KI 1994. Yeah, I'm also holding out for a Diddy Kong Racing recomp because one of the few things holding that game back is the frame rate. Diddy Kong Racing is my favorite kart racer. It's my like 2nd or 3rd favorite racing game behind R4, Ridge Racer Type 4, and Automodelista. I also played a ton of Forza 3 at my friend's house. I never owned it, but Forza 3, I think it was Motorsport. I don't think it was Horizon. I'm pretty sure it was Motorsport. But that's all to say, Diddy Kong Racing is great. The frame rate, it's so crusty. Did that just say Glover? I wasn't paying attention. Glover mentioned. Maybe it was like Danny Glover. You know, Danny Glover and Mel Gibson in Lethal Weapon. I like Glover. I think Glover gets too much hate. It's not a great game, but it's a fun idea and it has a really good soundtrack. Dude, the amount of random ass YouTube video essays that I've seen that uses the Atlantis theme from Glover in their video. Dude, ain't no way all these people out here have played Glover. Yeah, I'm gatekeeping Glover. What's up? What's good? I'm gatekeeping Glover. Here's the 411. I've heard like video essays by normies using the Glover Atlantis lobby theme. Like, bro, you have not played Glover. Stop fronting. Snorkel the Dolphin kind of reminds me of Scrupulous Finger. Glover Tourist. That's what I'm saying, dude. Hey, what's up, Doodle? We still gotta fight Gruntilda. Hope you're having a nice Monday night. We would have finished this sooner if I didn't mess up in Click Clock Wood. I wasted a good, like, 15 minutes in Click Clock Wood because... Oh yeah, this cutscene isn't even in the 360 version. This part at the end here, they took this out of the 360 version. Yeah, this has been a fun stream. Pretty good playthrough of Banjo. I could have easily shaved off a good 30 minutes between Clanker's Cavern. I wasted a couple minutes because I missed one music note. Bubble Gloop Swamp, I died to Mr. Vile. Like once or twice. And then at the very end of Click Clock Wood, I left the level and it doesn't save your Jinjos and I had to get the Jinjos all over again. So we could have shaved off an additional at least 20 to 30 minutes of this, but this has been a really good playthrough of Banjo-Kazooie. Those pint glasses aren't even filled with any drink. You're drinking nothing.
Grunty got away, so get back up there and finish the job.
Alright, let's do it. One of the best final boss battles in gaming history, in my opinion. I love the fight with Grunty in this game. The fight with the Hag 1 in Banjo-Tooie is also great, but it's way jankier because most of it is like first person. And I know earlier in the stream I was praising the first person like Doom levels in Banjo-Tooie, and I do like those levels, but the Hag 1 fight at the end is really tough. Like, you have to make very, very precise, specific shots. It's good, but I think this final boss fight is better. The moon is bright. The spirit's up. Is it the moon is bright or the moon is right? I love how serious this gets. That's part of the reason why it's so good. This whole game is really goofy and fairy tale-like, and it doesn't take itself too seriously. And then at the very end, it's like, oh yeah, we gotta stop this person. Like, we have to defeat this evil witch. It's such a tonal shift from the rest of the game, and it's so good. Also, a side thing that I love here, I love being able to explore environments that you otherwise only see in cutscenes. DK64 does that as well. There are quite a few Rareware games that do that, where it's an environment that you only see in a cutscene, but you can actually explore it at some point. I love that. I always thought that was so cool as a kid. Yeah, the fight with Grunty in this game and the final boss battle with K. Rool in DK64 is incredible.
Ew! What a disgusting smell!
Oh, visitors for Dingbot. I like visitors.
It's a wonder you get any sewer breath.
What does strange birdie thing mean?
She said that we're looking for Gruntilda. Do you know where she is?
I sure do, Mr. Bear. Grunty's awful, you know. She was sick of me earlier on. You can get rid of her. I'll be free.
Don't Don't be sure, you silly pot. Soon I'll have you nice and hot. See these filthy clothes I've got. When I've won, you'll wash the lot.
Don't worry, Dingpot. We'll sort her out if you can find us a way up there.
No problem. Just blast right in. I'll fire you up to the top.
Jump in there? No way, dungbox. Come on, Kazooie. You get a chance to peck the witch's butt. Let's go. All right, before we do that, if you 100% the game, you get a little reward here. MF Doom. There's only one beer left. Yeah, Grunty's definitely got some annotations on Rap Genius. She's a hip-hop head. Yeah, she would do it again. Like, it is a tonal whiplash in a good way from the rest of the game. This game is so silly and ridiculous, and then at the end, it's like, oh yeah, this is an evil witch. That we need to stop her right now. I think it's the same reason Conker's Bad Fur Day's ending is so good. Like, Conker's Bad Fur Day is an exceptionally stupid and dumb game, and then the ending hits you with, like, some real-ass, real-life advice. Conker's Bad Fur Day and Shadow of the Colossus have my favorite video game endings of all time.
I can't believe that furry pair got right up here. It's so unfair. Now the stupid bear must fight. This battle tests your skill and might. Rap snitches, telling all they business. Sit in the court and be their own star witness.
Gruntilda would like the deep cut MF Doom albums though, like Victor Vaughn or Neruvian Doom with Bishop Naru. This final fight is so good. It's so cinematic. Grant Kirkhope was able to turn the Teddy Bear Picnic into like a badass final boss theme. Also, that's Chris Seaver voicing Gruntilda, by the way, speaking of which. The guy that directed Conker's Bad Fur Day and also voiced like every character in Conker's Bad Fur Day. Bet you didn't know that. Bet you didn't know Chris Seaver voiced Gruntilda. That's what you're here for the WyattMC streams for. Fun facts, baby. Prepare to eat lead, baby! I'm gonna leave that hunky comb there. For safekeeping. Oh, that was the wrong button! Well, never mind. I'm gonna... I'll come back for it. Oh, that last one should have hit her. I don't know why, but I just, like, out of nowhere, I was like, damn, I want Waffle House. Like, out of nowhere, I was just like, you know, I should get Waffle House. If you get a good rhythm going, you can do this in like one cycle without having to dodge the fireballs. I've got a good rhythm going! Bull! That's a load of bubkiss right there. Did I forget to refill my eggs? Why did I just say that as if I haven't been shooting Gruntilda with eggs the past 2 minutes? I need to lay down. I was like, did I forget to refill my eggs? As if I haven't just been pelting her with eggs the past minute. No. I'd really like some Waffle House, but unfortunately, I'm under arrest in my own house. I'm sure you're referencing something that it's going over my head, but it's really funny if that's just an actual, like you're actually just stating that as a matter of fact. That's a grunty rhyme? Gruntilda would hit you with some shit like,
Check it, I'm in the house like carpet. I keep some dubs in my pocket. I don't spark it like rocket fuel.
Gruntilda is also like the only well-written character in Nuts and Bolts. Nuts and Bolts' writing is so bad and weird, but Grunty is great in that game. Grunty would have been great for Smash Brothers as well. She's just a phenomenal villain for this series. Okay, this is where I gotta lock in. We gotta summon the Jinjonator. That better not hit me. Check this out. Oh, get your legs broken. Grunty wasn't even anywhere near me. Like, I don't know why I said that. Yo, look at these moves. Get crossed up, boy. The Jinjos suddenly being important to the lore. I love how they never explain, like, what the deal is with the Jinjos. They're just there. They're just little guys. They're there, and they have magic powers. I do like the fan theory that Mumbo Jumbo was a Jinjo before, like, Grunty cursed him. I like that. This fight is so good.
I am the mighty Jinjonator!
like, who the fuck is the Jinjonator? It rocks so much. Like, who is this guy? What do you mean, the Jinjonator?
I can just damage boost this. And time. 5 hours and 23 minutes. And we could have easily shaved off like at least 20 minutes.
Jinjo!
Oh, I'm gonna be quiet for this. You guys gotta hear this. It's so good. This deserves like a Killer Instinct, like Ultra Combo! I feel like I mention this every time I play Banjo-Kazooie, but the final spell that Grunty throws at you, it was supposed to turn Banjo into a frog, and you would play as Tooty and restore Banjo back to his normal form. But Rareware was like, maybe like a fourth fake out ending. Maybe we don't need to do that. I'm kind of glad that they cut that, because it would have really impacted how cool this ending is and how great that final boss is. Ultra! 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 Maybe someday Killer Instinct will get ported to Fightcade. Or maybe Rare Replay will get a port someday. And they include KI-94. That'd be cool. I love this ending. I love DK64's hidden ending. It's the same vibe where they're on a beach and the sun is setting. Rareware really liked a couple of things. They loved pirates. They love beaches and sunsets. They love ghosts and like spooky theremin sounds. But there are so many Rareware games that end with them like with a sunset beach. Sort like DKC2 ends with them staring off into the sunset. Beach episode ending. Wah-hey!
Wah-hey!
Shorty. I really like Panutz's theory that they're just saying wahoo, but with an English accent, so it sounds like wah-hey. Even though that falls on its face because in DKC3, Funky Kong says wah-hey, and it's written out as wah-hey. But I really like, that got me thinking. I was like, maybe Panutz is right. Maybe they're just saying like wahoo with an English accent. Wahoo! But no, DKC3, it's written out as wah-hey. Y'all, I love this game. We can lament the loss of Rareware and what the company would become all day long. And sometimes I wonder, you know, how Rare would have fared if they stuck around with Nintendo for a couple more years. But what we do have is a legacy of amazing games that they put out for the 8-bit, 16-bit, 64-bit era, and even moving into the 21st century with the Xbox. I love this game. I don't really have nostalgia for it because I was a bit older when I played it for the first time. But it's still like, this is my favorite collectathon ever. It's really close between this and Jak and Daxter. Jak and Daxter might be, I might rank Jak and Daxter just a little bit higher than Banjo-Kazooie, but it's really neck and neck between those two games. I'm still bummed out that my Jak 2 save file got corrupted right as we were at the end of the game. There was like an hour left of Jak 2 and we weren't able to finish it. Which sucks because Jak 2 also has an amazing ending. But maybe we'll do a Jak 1 stream coming up. Not all in one sitting, but Jak 1 is also a pretty short game. Like that first Precursor Legacy, and of course I'll go for 100%. But no, this game and Jak and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy, are very neck and neck for my favorite collectathon platformer, but amazing game. I love Banjo-Kazooie. I've been doing this segment on the stream for the past 6 years, and I will continue to do it into the future. And if Banjo-Tooie gets a recompilation, I would love to revisit that game. I streamed it over a year ago, but I didn't end up finishing it on stream, but I finished it in my spare time. And outside of Pterodactyl Land and Grunty Industries, I love that game. Those two levels can go to hell. Like Pterodactyl Land in particular is an awful level, but overall Banjo-Tooie is a great game. And I think at some point I'm gonna do DK64 Tag Anywhere. Last year I 100%ed DK64, the vanilla game, but I might do the Tag Anywhere mod and just see how much quicker I can beat the game with the quality of life that Tag Anywhere brings. You know what would be badass? If DK64 got a recompilation and somehow they were able to implement co-op. I don't even know if that's possible. That's just me talking out of my ass. Like, I don't know anything about software development and making games and ROM hacks and ports and stuff. But if DK64 had local or online co-op, that would be so freaking cool. I don't know if that's ever gonna happen. I don't know if that's feasible, but that would rock. But that being said, DK64 Tag Anywhere, probably gonna do that for Kongvember, and then we're gonna circle back to DKC Returns. I did a one-off stream of DKC Returns earlier, like a month ago, but I was like, I'm gonna save this for November. Kongvember is probably, as a stream bit, this will probably be the last year of Kongvember, because there's just not enough to dedicate a full month of streaming to DK. It's been a personal tradition for me ever since I was a kid. Like I did a whole video on Rareware and DKC where I talk about it, but I don't know how much longer Kongvember is going to be a stream segment, but this year we're going to do DKC Returns and Tropical Freeze. And also the Tag Anywhere ROM hack. And then I have a bunch of stuff planned for October. A lot of stuff that I couldn't get to last year, like the PowerPoints and slides and stuff. Some spooky YouTube videos that we're gonna watch. I might even do like a webcam stream for that, like a face cam stream for some of the October stuff. I'm thinking Castlevania Symphony of the Night as well. I know I'm gonna do RE3 and either Code Veronica or the remake of Resident Evil 1 for the GameCube. But I got a bunch of cool stuff planned for October. I'm excited. Did you hear that, Kazooie? We're gonna be in another game.
Right, so let's see the pictures then, skirt boy.
Kazooie, that's offensive and rude. You need to broaden your horizons. It's 2026.
You can't say that, Kazooie!
Banjo-Kazooie? Kazooie would get canceled? 2026? Oh, they already had the name for Banjo-Tooie as far back? Because I think in the Xbox Live Arcade version, which again is the version that I'm more familiar with, he says nuts and bolts. I didn't know they had the name established as far back as this game. I'll never get over Gruntilda saying, just you wait until Banjo 3E at the end of Banjo-Tooie. That is the Banjo-Kazooie equivalent of like in Rayman 3 when Murphy goes, see you in Rayman 4! So this is, you know, how you get the Stop and Swap eggs. He's showing you some secrets. And again, Stop and Swap fell through. The plans didn't end up coming to fruition. But you can still obtain the eggs in this game and the ice key by entering cheat codes in the sandcastle floor. They don't do anything, but you can collect them. You know what? I might get 1 or 2 of the eggs. I'm gonna have to look up the codes though, but 5.5 hours, and it's not even that late. It's 9:30 p.m. because I started this earlier this afternoon at like 3. We'll get a couple of the Stop and Swap eggs. I'll let the credits ride out, and then we'll hit up Treasure Trove Cove.
See you in Rayman 4!
I wish they were making Rayman 4 instead of remaking Rayman Legends. I don't think Rayman Origins or Legends need a remake. They're fine as they are. They're like, if you're gonna remake a game, remake the first one at least. If you're gonna reboot Rayman for like a new audience. Actually, the first Rayman in 3D would be pretty cool. I like Rayman 1, but that game is a nightmare. It is so damn hard. Rayman 2 is my shit, though. Especially the Dreamcast port. Rayman 2 is a really good platformer. It being Legends is probably because they wanted the most popular one, since the series continuing is being held hostage by this remake. Yeah, I hate that shit. Video game companies do that. Capcom has done that. Even Suda51 has done that with TSA. But honestly, first of all, Travis Strikes Again is a great game, but also in Travis Strikes Again, it kind of felt tongue-in-cheek. But like video game companies do that where it's like, buy this thing that you may or may not want and we'll maybe make this thing. I hate that. That's like video game like terrorist negotiations. They re-released the first Rayman. No, I'm saying like remake the first Rayman in like 3D. As a 3D platformer. Imagine the music world in 3D. That would be cool. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the art style of the Rayman Legends remake. It reminds me of like the promo art for Rayman 2, but I just don't think Rayman Legends or Origins need a remake. My ideal Rayman game, if they made a new one, is a brand new 3D platformer that has the tone, aesthetic, and atmosphere of Rayman 2. Rayman 2 is so moody and kind of dreary, but in a cool way. It's a very brooding sort of atmospheric platformer, very woodsy. I like Rayman 3 as well, but the goofier, more off-the-wall tone of Rayman 3 isn't as appealing to me as Rayman 2. Not that it's bad. Rayman 3 is a good game with a kick-ass soundtrack, but I just prefer 2 a little bit. Let me look up these stop and swap codes. And we'll enter some of these, because the run is over. Banjo-Kazooie stop and swap codes. Do they do anything in the Switch port? Let me pull this up. I got the Banjo wiki open. Actually, the cutting room floor might have even more info. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll pull this up and we'll read this. All right, taking you to the cutting room floor. I don't know how well you can actually read that. We'll zoom in a little bit. Maybe that's more readable. So this is the 411 for y'all who may or may not be familiar with this. I'm gonna mute this and just play some BRB music for a second, so I can rest my brain. Okay. Oh, I gotta bust out Tetris CDI. Y'all already know. During the development of Banjo-Kazooie, Rare had discovered a method of cold swapping that would allow the data from one cartridge to survive a power cycle and be read by another. It's cut off for you guys, but I'll keep reading it. Intending to use this transfer method to unlock bonuses across games, 7 secret items were hidden away in Banjo-Kazooie. Accessible only by connecting to a future title through cartridge swapping. Dubbing this connection Stop and Swap, the developer had grand plans to include at least 6 of their future N64 titles in this proposed trading sequence, including Donkey Kong 64, which had been developed with this elaborate connection in mind. In October 1999, Nintendo raised concerns regarding the viability of Stop and Swap and its method of data transfer via cartridge swapping, and urged Rare to cancel the enigmatic feature outright. Since then, the infamous Stop and Swap has become Rare's most widely discussed secret, with the community coming together to discover the intriguing remnants of the lost feature in an attempt to piece together the full mystery. I'm also of the opinion that Nintendo probably put the kibosh on this because they were like, hey, maybe yanking the game out of the cart, out of the slot, while the 64 is still running, and slapping another game in it, maybe that's gonna corrupt the memory. The story goes that Nintendo stopped their plans for Stop and Swap because a hardware revision made it to where the RAM saved onto the console only lasted for 10 seconds when the console was like turned on, right? And you swapped the game. And then a hardware revision came along and it was only 1 second. I'm sure that is also true, but I feel like Nintendo themselves were probably like, hey, yanking the game out of the cartridge slot while it's running, maybe that isn't a good thing that we should be doing. So that's just conjecture on my part, but I've always wondered, you know, like, but maybe there was more to it than just that. If a player defeats Gruntilda and collects all 100 Jiggies, they will witness a bonus ending, which is what we just saw. These items include a pink egg in the sunken Shark Food Island in Treasure Trove Cove, a blue egg behind a sealed door in Gobi's Valley, and an ice key behind a glazed alcove in Freeze Easy Peak. Players were informed by Mumbo they would still need to wait until the release of Banjo-Tooie, blah 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 blah, in 1999, making the connection impossible. Luckily, the items shown as well as 4 additional mystery eggs can still be unlocked and collected in Banjo-Kazooie by using secret contingency codes. If a player visits the Sandcastle in Treasure Trove Cove after obtaining its Jiggy and types in the word cheat, they will hear a cow moo after each successive letter and be able to type in the following cheats for each item. So do I have to start a new file, or can I do it just from my save file? I wonder. But here are the codes. They're long too. You have to enter these long ass codes. But this is how you get the Stop and Swap eggs in Banjo-Kazooie, and you can get the ice key. They don't actually do anything in the game, but you can still collect them. So if I can get one off of my new save file or off of this save file here. Oh wow, that's like the exact same time. 1 minute shorter. 1 minute shorter than last year. 5:03, 5:04, like the in-game timer. Okay, so if I can do this without having to start a new file, that would be cool. Let's see. Fuck it, we'll keep the Tetris CDI music going. Weirdly befitting of Banjo-Kazooie. You would think that this would, like, this would be in like a Nintendo Power promo for this game. Fun fact, I've told this fun fact so many times before on stream, but there's actually a connection to Seinfeld and Banjo-Kazooie. John Lovitz, who was an actor back in the day, did the narration for the Banjo-Kazooie Nintendo Power VHS, and he was in an episode of Seinfeld. He played a character who lied about having cancer so he could get a toupee. We're gonna hit up the sandcastle. Hopefully I don't need to start a new file. The way it was worded on the cutting room floor made it sound like I had to get the Jiggy and then enter the code from there, but maybe it was just worded weirdly, so let's see. My man Leaky. But yeah, I think I'm gonna try and learn a thing or two about Banjo-Kazooie speedrunning, and that could be fun for next year to switch it up, because next year it'll be the 7th year in a row that I've done this. But we're gonna maybe mix it up next year if I can learn how to do some speedrunning tech. That would be cool. Okay, I actually need to hear the game for this part, so. Okay. What did that say? If a player visits the sandcastle after obtaining its Jiggy and types in the word cheat, they will hear a cow moo after each successive letter. Okay, these codes are long. Let me copy and paste it in another window so I can just read it. Okay, gotta type cheat. And then we can cheat, even though it's not really a cheat. There are cheats in this game that Cheeto gives you. Where is it? There it is. And you can get like more feathers and more eggs and stuff. Also, if you use too many cheats, Gruntilda threatens to erase your save file. Did I type it wrong? Maybe I did. Hold up. My brain is like fried now, so bear with me. Okay, I hope I'm doing this right. I have no idea if that worked or not. Let's see. This should, if it works, then it should summon Shark Food Island. Nope. So, yeah, maybe you have to do this on a brand new save file. Unless I just typed it in wrong, but I was being very, very fastidious there. Like each individual letter. I don't think I typed it in wrong, but... Alright, y'all. I guess that's gonna do it for the stream. Next year, maybe we'll do some speedrunning action, and maybe we'll go for the stop and swap eggs. The page says you're supposed to hear a cow moo when inputting it. Yeah, but it wasn't doing anything, even after I typed cheat. So I'm thinking you have to do it on a brand new save file. You have to get the Jiggy and then do it on a brand new save file. Or I just did it wrong, which is entirely possible. But next year, maybe we'll go for the stop and swap eggs. But yeah, that's gonna do it, y'all. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Hope you all enjoyed it. Hope you had a good night. More streams later this week. More stuff. We're gonna continue Earthbound: A Hip Hop Journey. And yeah, I'll see you all next time. Have a great night.